Could any elected members hanging around, we're actually not quorate, so if you are able to take your seat at the table, that would be grand. Tēnā koutou katoa, no mai ki te hui e te Kōrau Mātinitini. Colleagues, Councillor Brown, Councillor Chung. We've started the meeting. Aye, thank you. Yeah. Right, tēnā koutou katoa, no mai ki te hui o te Kōrau Mātinitini, Social, Cultural and Economic Committee, ai tēnei rā. Please join me in opening the hui with the karakia. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai. E hi aki ana te atakura, he teo, he huka, he hauhu, ti hei mauri ora. Tēnā whakamoiho mai ki te au, ki te teitahi kai tohutuhu, manapori rānei, mena ka wehe kia tihui. E te ai te haurua e te teko karaka 10:45, te kai timo o te ata. We will start with the apologies. I have received apologies from Councillor Pennant for lateness. We have apologies from the Mayor for early departure, and I have received no other apologies. Colleagues, are we aware of any other apologies? And we've got John joining online.
Just a question about Councillor Pennant's absence. Is it on council business?
Yes.
That can be noted.
Yeah. Councillor Pennant is currently online, but she'll just be attending some council business and then rejoining us.
So can we please note that she's absent on other council business? We're allowed to now.
Yep. I whakakoutou ana o ki te motini. I now move the motion. Ma wai I tautoko. Do I have a seconder? Deputy Mayor Phone.
I'm not sure that makes sense now.
E nai nei ke potiti e te motini. It's not quite spot on grammatical sense. That's within the leave of the minutes.
Mine isn't working, so yes.
Thank you. Colleagues online, we've moved and seconded the motion. If you're able to vote now, please.
We have.
Ask Councillor Free to vote verbally on the mic.
Oh,
please,
yes,
we'll
she has.
Sorry, I have. I'm voting yes.
Thank you. Kua mana. The motion is carried. I ngā mema tēnā whakapui aki ana o take whai panga e hangai ana ki te rārangi take. I call on any members to declare any conflict of interest that they may have in relation to the agenda. I see none. Confirmation of minutes. I whakakata koutou ana o ki te mōtini. I move the motion. Ma wai e tautoko. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Matthews, thank you. E nai nei ke potitia te mōtini. I now put the motion which has been moved and seconded.
And I'm voting yes.
Thank you, Councillor Free.
Waiting on a vote from Councillor Pannett online.
Ko mana, that has been carried. Kaore mea mahui ki te rārangitahi. There are no items not on the agenda. That moves us to item 1.6, public participation. No mai, haere mai, quite the social buzz in the room this morning. I'd like to welcome forward Dan, Eves, Carlos, Constable and Salone McPhee to talk to us about the Hui Te Para Park. No mai, you're welcome to come and sit down at the table if it's more comfy. Just make sure that the green light is on your mics. You'll have 10 minutes if you wanted to leave any time in there for pātai.
Perfect. Tēnā koe. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Carlos Constable toko ingoa. So we are here as representatives of the committee that was formed to see the successful delivery of the Hui Te Para Lower Bay Park. One of our core goals is seeking outcomes that best serve our community and those that visit. So we've been asked to consider the impact on our community based on the sale of land and assets and the proposed design provided by Wellington International Airport. This triggered our first question. For our community, what does this land asset currently represent? Each of the council-owned sites in their current state provides no amenity, they are in poor state, they're not currently utilised by anyone. So therefore we question whether they can really be considered an asset for our community. So with this in mind, we reviewed the proposal against our values and objectives. So we recognise that Lower Bay is the gateway to our city. It should provide a symbol of who we are as Wellingtonians, and we should be proud of it. So our objectives are to enhance an unused community space, provide access for all, provide toilets, improve amenity, provide recreational activities, and create opportunities to bring the wider Wellington community together. So we understand the current Wellington Airport design as a concept in which the details are yet to be fleshed out, but as a group, we are excited about the intent that is being shown for the collective area and the positive potential of this proposal for Hui Te Para Lower Bay Park. However, we just want to ensure that the community good is represented and given equal consideration to any commercial imperatives. I'll hand over to Dan, who's going to walk us through the design.
So it's one of the key considerations for committee, the Hui Te Para committee, was considering how the new proposal stacks up against what we actually had planned and approved by council for Hui Te Para Park. The obvious key driver here was around toilets, and we all know there's no toilets in the eastern end, and making sure that that's delivered as part of this proposal. So here's the current approved plan for Hui Te Para Park as ready to go at the moment. Currently has 2 accessible toilets. The new surface hub as part of the WILE proposal has got 4 accessible toilets and 4 showers, and the joy of the showers is they are private and with hot water, which is a big win for the community. If we just look at the assets on each one, so starting to the left, we've got the pump track. This is the existing design, a skate ramp, a grass picnic area, and then the toilets. And so with the proposed park with the Wellington Airport, the pump track is retained. There's a central mixed use area, ideally for picnicking. We retain the kind of look out to the corner, but where the toilets were proposed for this site is now some sort of retail or equivalent commercial element. One of the core drivers with the original thinking was around accessibility and connection to the beach. And you can see in the top left photo there, this is the view you get walking along the footpath currently. A simple act of elevating all sites, a metre from the footpath through boardwalk, etc., gets you a really, really strong connection out to the beach itself. And that's something as a community we'd love to see expressed throughout all the sites, and as I understand are part of the current proposal. So let's go back there. So as a starting point for the committee, one of our conclusions was if we look at what we had approved for Huitapara Park, and then when you look at what is proposed for the park plus the Surfers Corner, we're at a massive one already. The Surfers Hub is a huge asset. Just last weekend, there was a women's surfing event that was meant to be held at the corner. Because there's no toilets at the end of the bay, they ended up holding it in conjunction with the surf life saving, which created all sorts of problems, and they had to have turns of the facility. So, every weekend we're seeing issues with the lack of facility. The Surfers Hub alone is a big win for what it's actually achieving as a proposal. This Sunday there's another comp, and again, no toilets, no changing facilities. Just moving along the parks, we're just reviewing each one from our perspective. This is Peter Jackson's site, Wellington's best kept secret. We don't know what's going there, so it's kind of hard to comment, but currently it's shown as more raised platforms and places to occupy, and with some activation, I think that could be quite a good space. And then the last one is in front of the junction. The committee found this one an interesting one where they felt that it actually wasn't quite hitting its mark or hitting its true potential. The feedback from the committee was there's a missed opportunity, like a lot of urban beaches, where we connect bars, cafes, retail into public boardwalks, and we're not taking the opportunity here to do that. And we all know that creates really vibrant spaces. Why are we not using good urban design to get really good outcomes, which is a different type of experience? For example, this shot here, we could all imagine sitting outside, afternoon sun, having a drink, looking at the surf. Where else could you actually do that in Wellington? We're lacking afternoon spots to hang out. That is a community asset in itself. So that's the current thinking for the committee. We appreciate it's a concept, but we think the intent is really heading down a positive path overall.
I'll keep it moving. Time's moving pretty quick. One of the things we considered is where it sits with the council's own vision and values, of course. One of council's current visions is for inclusive, sustainable and creative capital for people to live, work and play. Communities and cultures are connected, thriving, have a sense of identity and enjoy access to open public spaces on what's been put on the table. Our older, disabled and more vulnerable communities are also supported and connected. A question we have for councillors, which is highly relevant, does preserving the land in its current condition build towards these visions and values? The spaces are terribly kept, in my opinion, and really bring down the community. We think Lyell Bay deserves better. If you decide to sell the land, then we ask that the following considered as part of negotiations: that core objectives of Huitapara are integrated into the detailed design across the sites to ensure community good, that each site provides a community activation, i.e. a reason to go to the site, that an area of flat grass which has been provided, that the elements identified as critical to community amenity are protected through easement or equivalent mechanism, which is, finally, this has been 5 years of you guys are almost like friends. That we've been waiting for a toilet at the park. In that 5-year period alone, that area is being used more heavily every weekend, every day. And it's becoming a real issue, having no toilets and showers, privacy, people getting changed down that end of the park, end of the bay. And we really want to see these elements prioritised and delivered as soon as we can. We've been passionate representatives. We've still got some in us. We're running out of steam for positive change in the community, and are willing to assist where necessary to get the best outcomes for all. Finally, Lyell Bay and the airport are intrinsically linked. And I think there's good in this for both sides to get something done and add good community from both sides and really grab this and do it together because they're not going anywhere and neither are we.
Kia ora tātou, thank you. We have two pātai. First one from Deputy Mayor Phone.
Yeah, thank you. Just the photograph with the West Sun, is the alleyway, is that Leone Gill?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay.
But the way the deck is shown is not on the walkway. That's just it wraps around, so it's currently grass there at the moment.
Right, okay. And so just to lead into that, so what you're saying is these are concept drawings, they're not fixed yet, so there is opportunity to carry on working and refining to get, yep, great, thank you.
Quick pātai, Councillor Free.
Yeah, mine's just about guaranteed public access. So it does say in our papers that ongoing public access would be guaranteed through covenants in the Sound Development Agreement with Whale, but we've been advised too that they will not guarantee it formally in our amendments, or they're not happy with us trying to put a stronger condition in. How does the risk to public access influence your thinking?
You can answer that one.
Is it a deal breaker if you don't get it?
No, we're longer than that. I mean, we haven't been informed on that one. I think the ultimate would be. I think it's kind of a difficult one. I think it's saying we don't think you can protect the whole lot. I mean, there's already ideas of having commercial space. It has to work commercially for this to go ahead. We respect that. I think it will be about identifying core elements of each space and saying we want to protect those parts and getting that locked in as best as we can, because we don't want to see that lost going forward. And I guess that's the example we've given with the junction here is it's almost halfway, this design, where you've got some community spaces, but a lot of the feedback we got from the committee was, why would you go there? There's no reason. It's not an activation at the moment. It's just boardwalk, and there's some little retail space. If you are able to make that, I guess, more commercial and open it up to those retail spaces behind it right there, that actually would make it a much more vibrant experience and a reason to go. And so, therefore, you don't need to protect that space because it protects itself. But Huitahara Park, for example, the elements that are for the community, let's call it the mixed-use space, the pump track, why aren't those specific elements protected rather than trying to protect the whole? Does that help?
It actually does, thank you.
Ngā mihi, I'm afraid we've run out of time for pātai, but I just wanted to thank the three of you and the much broader committee sitting behind you for your mahi in this area. Really appreciate it.
Cool. Thank you. Thanks for your time.
No Mai Steve Walters and Richard Darby on behalf of Destination KRL. Councillor Chung, if you're able to take your seat, please, just because we have other public participation. No Mai. And I'll just signal to colleagues that Richard Darby is coming in to talk to the paper later on today, so we'll have further opportunities to ask questions then. Kia ora, over to you both. You will have 10 minutes if you want to include any time in there for questions.
Kia ora, friends, building on the last comment. Nice to see you again. Firstly, thank you very much for all your work you've done on the LTP and the LTP amendment. On behalf of 350 businesses, we appreciate you carefully looking at that budget, cutting out what you can, and reducing spend. That certainly rings very positively with our members. We think there's plenty more work that can be done, and we think it's an ongoing thing. So please don't stop here. It's a constant that needs to keep it looked at. Now, I'm not here in a grumpy mood. I'm here in a good mood today. It's a good story. As I was here with Richard last time, we think this is a fantastic proposal for Destination KRL and Lyell Bay. As you know, businesses have really been suffering. KRL is feeling it very hard. There's been talk of things that are going to be happening in KRL to progress commerce in the area, town improvements, Kubuni skate parks, The reality of the latest LTP amendment means any spend in the town has been pushed out for 4 years. It would be very small that we would receive, and we badly need support to make our area as attractive as possible and attract people, because as I said last time, people are customers and business loves customers. We wholeheartedly support development in this area on a number of fronts. It looks great, it helps business, it makes us feel proud of our area and therefore will attract other people and businesses to our area. One of the tenets that the City Council came out on as part of its long-term plan is the focus priorities, and one of them is economic well-being. This certainly adds to the economic well-being, and it's a tick in the box of doing something at what I can say hopefully is minimal, if any, spend. In fact, you're making money out of it. So it's a win-win for you, and it's a win-win for the area, and we wholeheartedly support it. For us, this area is an unloved but well-loved area with so much potential. I mentioned last time I got married there, I've lived in Lolway for 25 years. It's such an awesome area, and this is just going to make it that much better. I'm going to hand over to Richard now to continue.
Thank you, Steve. Good morning. I guess we'll go with friends again, back again as well. So look, I'm really pleased to be back here, and obviously, as Councillor O'Neill mentioned, I'll be back this afternoon for any, I guess, more detailed questions around the proposal itself. But I guess I just wanted to have, I guess, a bit of an impassioned plea to the council here today. I don't know about all of you around the table, but certainly I'm getting pretty fed up with the narrative that is sitting around Wellington City. Every time I pick up the paper or I talk to friends or colleagues from outside of the city, all I hear is the same thing, and I'm sure you do as well. It's expensive to live in Wellington, our rates are too high, we have an insurance problem, and it's hard to do business here. And undoubtedly some of that is true, we know this. But there's a huge amount of great things that we have here in this city. We're a compact city with all the benefits of being a capital, with fantastic amenities on our doorstep. Trails, mountain bike parks, beaches. And some of these areas, and Lyell Bay in particular, is a really underdeveloped opportunity for the city. Someone recently came to me and described Wellington Airport as our city's cheerleader. And I think that's true. We wholeheartedly believe in the city. We want to see it grow, and we want to see it prosper. In the 22 Economic Wellbeing Strategy of your council, you set out with some objectives, one of which was to be a business-friendly city, to refocus and redesign services and interactions to be customer-centric and strengthen existing internal relationships. And I think you would be hard-pressed to find another proposal which could be a better example of doing that than what we've put forward. Our proposal will see a great community outcome, and I think, as Dan sort of pointed out previously, it is a bit of an extension on what had been proposed under Council's own proposal, but it will help drive visitation to the area. It'll give back to the community who are desperately after seeing something happen and some change. It'll also support all the local businesses in the area, and I understand some letters of support were circulated to councillors as part of the proposal. But the best bit around all of this is this investment won't cost ratepayers a cent, not now and not into the future. And given the current fiscal environment and some of the tough challenges and choices you had to make last week, we see this as being a really good opportunity. And better than that, it is an opportunity for the money that would have been spent on this to be reinvested to drive more growth in the city and hopefully into the suburbs. As a representative of one of our city's largest ratepayers, any debate which may occur this afternoon around the merits of this proposal, I would find deeply frustrating, particularly given that current fiscal environment. We're hoping to basically give you money to reinvest elsewhere while we step up, provide a community good, which is going to be supported by some commercial elements that sit alongside that. So I guess what I'd like to leave you with is, I guess, an understanding that there needs to be some balance in terms of being able to provide that community good. The commercial elements that sit alongside this, as I sort of discussed last time I was here, provides that self-sustaining element of it, which helps deliver that ongoing community asset. Will there be commercial upside for local businesses in the airport? We hope so, and we certainly think there will be. However, as Steve has just said, this is a win-win for the city. Increased investment in the area will only improve the amount of rates that the council takes. There'll be development contributions, which the council will also benefit from. And it's a way to help grow the economic pie and rates take for the city, rather than simply having to make tough decisions or punish those of us who remain. Ultimately, what's good for the local community and local business will be good for the airport, but it'll also be good for the city. And I truly believe that this proposal is a great example that you as the council can show to other developers that we can, in partnership, deliver great outcomes for the community, support local business, and working with a private developer rather than having to work against them. So as Wellington's biggest cheerleader, I implore you not to lose sight of what's the bigger picture and what this proposal will be able to deliver for the city. Thank you.
No, my thank you. First Pātai, Councillor Pennant.
Thank you for coming in, appreciate it. Look, I am one of the people that does have some scepticism about the proposal. If you read the report, it does say that it will make coastal resilience more challenging. So I'm just wondering if you could respond to that. The other thing is, I guess I'm just wondering...
Councillor Pennant, maybe we just restrict to one question for now and then come back.
Sure, I guess the coastal resilience one's an interesting point. So certainly our proposal, which we obviously presented back in April, and Dan touched on, does sort of lift the development above. So there's an element of that will be considered as we get into the detailed design and how we address that. But I guess from a council perspective, it's a transfer of risk. So currently, council, it's your land, it's your ownership, you're on the hook for dealing with any coastal resilience in that particular piece of land and adapting to climate change. That's transferred, that then becomes our risk, and obviously we'll be working to protect our assets in that area.
No, I have a quick Pātai. Just wanting to understand your viewpoint on maintaining public access to a number of the parks and how important that is, or how it's fitting into the proposal.
Yeah, sure. Look, to be really clear, we are very supportive of having public access to this area. A key part of this proposal is supporting businesses in the area, and we are obviously heavily invested with the Airport Retail Park, Lowell Bay Junction and some of the others, so there is no question that we want to be able to maintain public access to these areas. We wouldn't be spending this kind of investment if we didn't want to. The reason there is a hesitation is, effectively our core business is the airport, and often there are changes in the way that airports have to operate that are driven by factors outside of our control, and having a restriction that meant that we would basically be in breach of any of those requirements is something we can't commit to. That's not a great outcome for the city. It's not a great outcome for the airport. So it's not a hesitation that there's something else going on in the background that we want to fence it off and not let anyone onto the site. That's not the case. It's just about ensuring that moving forward, if there was, say, a security requirement change that said you couldn't have a public park or type of offering directly next door to an airport, particularly when you think about the Surfers Hub, which is right next to the New Zealand Defence Force hangar and the airfield. So if there was a requirement on us to make sure that that was closed and had to be removed, and it was going to impact on the airport operation, we would have to, effectively follow that and take that asset away. So that's, I guess, the context and behind it. It's not that there's, any other reason or nefarious reason that sits behind it. It's protecting, what is the main asset for the city, and that is, a thriving and prosperous airport.
Kia ora, thank you. We've run out of time for Pātai now, but thank you both for coming to talk to us today, and really appreciate the advocacy from both of you and your attention to the business community in the area.
Thank you.
Thank you. No mai Danny Webster and Ari Taipiti Olsen from Musicians Union, coming to talk to us on item 3.1 from the report from the Grants Committee. Kia ora ihaia, you have 10 minutes and you know the drill. Just make sure that the mics have the green light going in front of you.
Here we go. Kia ora te whanau. Really just here today to mihi te o mahi in extending living wage support for artists for another 2 years through the Arts and Culture Living Wage Fund. Absolutely fantastic result, and it's going to make a huge difference to all of those hundreds of artists, performers, event staff, contractors who make all of the events that Wellington loves come to life every year. I know we gave officers a little bit of a hard time last time we were here, but really want to give credit to them as well for the amazing work that they have done on the redesign of the fund. It's really detailed, and it addresses all of the issues that both officers and recipients had flagged in terms of how the fund was administered in a really substantive and practical way, which is awesome to see. This happened because Council went and talked to those who would be most affected by the decisions and listened, and of course that results in better quality decisions. Now, that's not revolutionary, but unfortunately it's not always BAU. I think it can be easy sometimes for bureaucracy to put things in the too hard basket, but actually community has the answers. Ahotini provides a really strong mandate for ongoing engagement with creative community, but there's still work to be done to realise that. We're really grateful for the efforts that officers have made to engage with Musicians Union. We're meeting with them again tomorrow, which we're really looking forward to. But we hope to see that same approach taken across the creative sector going forward. We look forward to continuing this kaupapa with you to help build a thriving future for Pōneke's music scene and all our interconnected creative communities. Kia ora. Any questions?
Colleagues, any pātai? I see none. So if there's any other points you might like to make to...
No. Anything, Ari?
Just that, it's been really important to a lot of musicians in the community to, keep the living wage fund. And although it's not important for a lot of the musicians that you guys will see at the higher end of, the music industry, it's really important for musicians at the start of their career that funds like this are maintained so that they can so that we can have the good musicians that we have at the higher end of the music industry. I've seen so many student musicians talking about this. It's really important to a lot of them. So thank you guys so much. And keep these dialogue chains open for us so that we can continue to have healthy conversations.
Kia ora. Ngā mihi nui. Thank you so much for coming in to talk to us today.
Thank you.
Colleagues, that brings us to the end of public participation and on to item 2.1, review of the fire and smoke nuisance bylaw. Nau mai Charlotte and Jeff and Andrew ki te hora e te kōrero to come and introduce the report.
Tēnā koutou. This report relates to a review of Part 3, Fire and Smoke Nuisance of the Wellington City Consolidated Bylaw 2008. The Local Government Act requires we review the bylaw within 10 years of the previous review, and that full review was last done in 2015, although some updates were made in 2018 to the bylaw as well. We've reviewed the bylaw. We're proposing to retain the current Fire and Smoke Nuisance bylaw and make a few changes to remove it from the consolidated bylaw and make some information clearer. There are no level of service changes being proposed. The LGA requires us to consult on bylaw reviews, so this report seeks the committee's approval to consult on a statement of proposal from the 9th of June to the 11th of July. And happy to take any questions. Thank you.
He pātai me utu e te tau patu, Councillor Rogers.
Apologies, I just had one question about the changes in red. I was wondering if you could briefly describe how that interplays with the definition of nuisance as set out in the Health Act.
Yeah, the definition of nuisance in the Health Act is Section 29. It's a really broad-ranging set of criteria. The threshold is quite high, so it's typically framed up in the context of injurious to health, objectionable injurious to health. Anything progressed, if you want to progress any situation, it's got to go through the district court, so it's quite clunky because it's 1956 legislation. The definition proposed here that sets the threshold a little bit lower, so it's a lot more versatile.
Cool, thank you.
Colleagues, any further pātai? I see none. Thank you so much for your time, and thanks for the really good Q&A yesterday as well. Appreciate it. Mā wai te mōtini I whakakoutou. I understand Councillor Wineta is going to move this paper.
Thank you. I'd like to move this paper. Fire and smoke policy is a small bugbear of mine, and I think the policy that is presented before us is very good. Please vote for it.
Mā wai I tautoko. Is there a seconder? I think Councillor Rogers. Would you like to speak? I'm assuming there is no... Oh, we do. Councillor Pennant.
I have to say I was a great fan of Ayn Rand when I was 16, and you know you can always forgive a 16-year-old for such transgressions, but actually she had a point. She had lots of points. Where is Minister Seymour when you need him? Like this, I would, if this was not the law, I would not be voting for this. There's such small changes being proposed. It could have waited easily for a number of years, and you know there really hasn't been any fundamental problems with it. And I really just obviously just want us to be very disciplined with the way, as much as possible, with the way we use our policy resources and our project resources to get the best outcome for the city. But I will vote for it, given that we have to do it.
Councillor Randall.
Yes, while I accept that, I think that's a burden that this council has received from multiple governments. We have to do things, just ask anyone about the resource consent that we have to do for ourselves to get our own tracks built. But I just ask the mover of the amendment to just clarify a little bit about the small change that has been outlined in terms of the interpretation on what is nuisance or risk, and I just wanted to just give a bit of background why I thought it was important to just amend it. Thanks.
Right of reply.
Okay, right of reply. Yeah, so the minor change in red simply seeks to clarify what a nuisance or risk is for our purpose. The other situations in which a compliance officer might undertake a compliance action are relating to kind of risk of health injury or risk of, you know, that sort of thing, whereas nuisance is sort of undefined, and the only extant definition, which is not even referenced in our policy, is the one in the Health Act, which is, as our officer said, quite a high bar, and again, mostly deals with the health and safety side of things. So for the purposes of this policy, I thought it would be helpful to actually define what a nuisance is, just so public has clarity about at what point, you know, it's all good to complain, and what sorts of processes and thought processes that the compliance officer might be undertaking as they visit the site in a compliance action. That is the purpose. Cheers.
E nai nei ke pōtitia te mōtini. I now put the motion which has been moved and seconded. Kua mana, that has carried. Thank you, colleagues. We are trucking along, and tūpiki ora is a paper that can kind of only be moved with some externals present in the room. So in accordance with Standing Order 19.1, we're going to reorder the agenda and debate and pass the paper for the Actions Tracking and Forward Work Programme. Just going to find the specific bit. Apologies. No, my James Roberts, ki te hora e te korero. I probably could have guessed that.
Kia ora koutou, thank you, Chair. So I'll take it as read, the actions register and decision log. Just to note that we have done some cleaning up and updates of the outstanding actions over the last week. So we're down to, I think, 41 open actions. While there is one open from June 2021, which is to do with cemeteries, which I can explain offline why that has been slightly delayed. Majority of the outstanding items are over the last 6 months and all are in progress. So there's treatments against all of those action items now.
Pātai, Councillor Randall.
I just noticed in the forward program that the next meeting in June is going to cover waterfront edge protection. I was wondering if we could get some officer advice about preliminary information or early released information about what is going to be proposed, and whether we'd possibly have a workshop or briefing on that sort of information, what's going to be coming for us.
I believe the next step is that there will be a briefing for council on some of the legal advice to add context around the decision. That's the next thing that's going to happen. So during that briefing, perhaps we can cover any other questions you might have in regards to the paper.
Yeah, and so will that legal advice include the things that we're legally constrained with, which versus, you know, which things that we've got options but we might be taking on risk?
Correct. We have received draft external legal advice that will provide you with the full context of the relevant legal parameters around the decision for waterfront edge protection.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Pennant.
Mr. Roberts, just given your IT background, is it possible to extract all the information about what's been completed, what hasn't been, into a high-level document which shows us where we're at? Because it's just really difficult to tell when you look at the document online.
Yes.
I'll talk to you about that later. It's a real bugbear for me. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Hi, Fab. I see Councillor Free.
Yeah, just on that note, the reason I'm on my phone is that I tried to press to the link and it actually doesn't connect through from Diligent. So I sort of support what Councillor Pennant's saying. It would be nice if we could have a little, actually see it with the papers. We used to have a little synopsis of what was still outstanding in some of our papers from the past.
We can check that out.
Yeah, I'll check that out for you, Sarah. Councillor.
Any further partai colleagues? I see none. Mā wai te mōtini e whakakoutou. Is there a mover for the motion? Councillor Abdurrahman, would you like to move the paper? Over to you.
Kia ora whanau. The only thing that I want to speak on this one is regards to the ethnic advisory group and the advisory group in general, and it's tracking pretty well. And last year we passed a motion to host ethnic forum, and that is happening. They are doing in collaboration with the communities. I look forward for that and really appreciate the officers, especially the engagement team and the democracy team. Thank you.
Kia ora. I will tautoko. I will second that one. He taka, he tau patu patu. Any debate, colleagues? I see none. Right of reply? I think safe to, yep, we're all goods. All right. And I nei ke putetia te motini, and I put the motion which has been moved and seconded. Oh, goodness. Kua mana, that has been carried. Colleagues, we are trucking along with good time. Thank you for your patience. I was wondering if, in accordance with 19.1 of the standing orders, if we might like to reorder and receive the report from the P2P Manawa Grant Subcommittee now. Right. So for this paper, I pass along to Councillor Winera to introduce the report. And if there's any detailed partai, we do have officers present as well that could answer some questions. All good.
Yes, kia ora everybody. So there are quite a few items which the subcommittee is recommending up to this committee. Lots of them are administrative. Some of them are items which are over the dollar figure for our delegation to grant, which is why they've come up here for the Committee of the Whole to grant, including some of these things you can see on the screen before you. This report also involves the approval of the newly redesigned Living Wage for Events Fund. It will now sit at about half its value as a sub-fund under the arts and culture grants, which we already give out. And it will be more explicitly designed to support the wages of artists who are intending on paying the living wage to their employees and workers. So that's the guts of it. There are also a number of kind of more mundane procedural things. Any questions could be directed to myself in my right of reply. Thanks very much.
Mā wai te whakahoinga e tautoko. Is there a seconder? Councillor Young. Colleagues, is there any pātai before we roll into the debate? Councillor Abdurrahman.
Debate.
Debate? Aye. Deputy Mayor Foon, pātai or debate? Debate, righto. Okay, well, we are into debate. Councillor Young, would you like to speak or reserve your right? No. Councillor Abdurrahman for debate.
Kia ora whānau, and thank you for the hard work for the team. And my only question to the mover of the motion is, as I understand, the Eid celebration team, they have been doing a great job in, making accountable for what they get and attract thousands of people. Some of you have seen it when you, thanks to you all for putting your time aside and coming and visiting the community. And it's a big, big celebration. It's my understanding that they have requested for a bit more money and they were not granted. And I just wonder how that happened and how in the future that can be addressed. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Foon.
Yes, thank you. There's actually a lot of mahi in here, and although being on grants can be perceived as a nice job of like helping some of our really vital organisations around the city be there, it's actually very stressful because there's never quite enough to do everything you want to do, and we never quite please everybody, but we please many. So one thing I want to pick up here is that Mayor Whānau, in her commitment to support the arts, has and out of your agreement through the long-term plan, we've been able to fund many of our key organisations with a more solid boost annually and restructure the way the grants work so that they have certainty about what they can expect. So that's a major piece of work, and that's a triumph actually. So I don't know of any mayors that have committed to funding the arts like that. So thank you, Mayor Whānau. I do just want to bring up Newtown Festival. They've been running for over 30 years, much to the delight of the city. Founders Anna and Martin are retiring, but classically they have been underwriting the festival a bit, if you like, using their home as the office and their goodwill to make it work. So there have been challenges from going forward, but we've got a good strategy whereby we've got a bridge process, and then Newtown Festival will look at how it operates in the future, but possibly it will be likely they'll be back to the table looking for some extra support. So just want to flag that, and a really big win in the waste minimisation seed fund will be removing the seed aspect and increasing the fund to, is it 250k from 100k? This is all through levy money from the landfill. So this is going to really help organisations in the circular economy waste space to really be more viable and remove the seed aspect. So if they're doing a good job, this fund will be available to them. So thank you.
Councillor Young.
Just very briefly, I remain unhappy about the fact that the Heritage Resilience and Regeneration Fund is having more money taken out of it, so I will be voting against that. It's probably no surprises to you. You probably know my views on the living wage. It's central government business.
Councillor Pennant.
Similarly, I'm sure you won't be surprised that I will not be supporting two. Now, unlike Councillor Young, I do support the living wage, and as I said to colleagues at the Grants Committee, we've all probably got a musician in our family or know a musician, and it's a tough gig. So I do think people should be paid properly for doing creative work. What I don't agree with is taking money out of a resilience fund. The purpose of that is to make sure that our city is more resilient, not to pay a living wage. I have concerns around the process that, this, just basically taking one fund to a completely different purpose, it wasn't really discussed with councillors as a group, and I think it should be. The money that is sitting there might seem like a nice thing to have when you kind of like just need some cash for something good, but colleagues, we are going to have more earthquakes. For those of you who weren't on council in 2013 and 2016, it was a very, very difficult time. A lot of resources, a lot of fear about what it meant for our city, and those earthquakes weren't even our earthquakes. So, the time to get ready for a disaster is before it happens, not during or after it. So we'll be opposing that. But I do want to end on a positive note. Deputy Mayor Foon, I am, of course, delighted to support an increase in funding out of the Waste Fund. I did work with an officer previously on that to set that up. It was always quite a small amount of money. So $250,000 for small NGOs to do some innovative work could be quite good. And in fact, given the direction of this government on a number of things, it would be good if this fund was a lot bigger to allow them to pick up some of the slack. Thanks.
Kia ora. I will just take the time to speak very briefly without getting fully into the much larger context of everything that's gone into this package of reform. I just wanted to really acknowledge both the Chair, Gisela, and Andrew for their work with the community in getting the living wage for non-council events fund back on the table. And a little note in regards to why the funding was allocated, or at least my rationale for allocating the funding was that the Built Heritage Resilience Funds receives $500,000 a year, and I found that allocating $150 for the next 2 years out of that grant pool is a good way to also address other parts of our community who are in desperate need of raising the bottom line on wages, and to note that the Heritage Fund still will continue to receive $350,000 annually, which is a pretty high level of service in other areas. But that with being said, e te kaikona here, Councillor Wenere e pairangi ana, kia koe te whakautu.
Yes, briefly to say three things. Firstly, that the new model for the Arts and Culture Fund is very good, and the team have done a great job in balancing lots of different stakeholder interests to create a fund which is fit for purpose for the future of the arts sector in Wellington. That's very good. The second thing I would like to say is that the Living Wage Fund was due to end this year, which is why, just for context of members of this committee, a new model has been proposed to be capitalised from a part of the Heritage Resilience Fund. And then finally, in response to the question about Eid Day, so the Eid Trust Board was granted their full ask as part of the Social and Recreation Fund. They asked for $5,000 and received $5,000. They were declined from a different fund, which is the C.H. Izzard Bequest. And the reason for that was similar costs were provided to both funds in the application, and officers felt that they could be more effectively funded through the former rather than the latter. Hopefully that answers the question. Thanks very much. Please support this report. It's all very good. Thank you.
Yeah, we will take 3.1.1 if that procedurally looks good. So that would be the review, so that colleagues that wish to vote against that paper. So we'll just vote on that one separately. Yep, we can note a division. E nāianei kia potitia timotini. So at the moment, we are voting on 3.1.1, which includes 2. Yeah, what's been highlighted on the screen. Ko mana, that has been carried. Now moving back to the overall substantive of the paper. all the other remaining resolutions. E nai nei ka potetia Timotini. Councillor Panovich, if you could indicate your voting online. We're frozen.
Just waiting for a vote from Councillor Panovich online.
Ko mana, that has carried. Thank you all, colleagues. We've ended up with a little bit of spare time. Yeah. So I may indulge us just because the next papers require externals to come in, and they're coming in at 11. So we will take an extended morning tea break. My treat. Councillor Free, did you have a process question?
Just a question about whether we could have the airport, the Huitapara Park paper. Can we have the amended substantive in hard copy?
Okay, yep.
I think there is enough of a change that it'd be helpful to have it on paper.
Sure, yep. And I would encourage any still in draft format amendments to be finalised over the break. But I will see you shortly at 11 a.m. That brings us on to item 2.2, the Tupiki Ora Annual Report back to committee. He mihi nui ki te kara pokitapu dentist te timu whakarei o Taranaki Whānui. Ki te hono mai e te pūrangi, I'd like to acknowledge kara pokitapu dentist, who the Chief Executive of Taranaki Whānui. Kia ora. Nā mihi nui mō tō tautoko e te tēnei kaupapa me tō arahi Toitu te anō. Thanks so much for supporting this kaupapa, and ki te kōrero ai mua e te mātou tīma. If you'd like to say a few words before we hand over to the team, you are most welcome to.
Kia ora mai tātou. Apologies for not being there in person. I've got a sick child at home, so I've got to do dad duties and all sorts of other duties at the same time. But I'm sure many of us are sort of used to doing these types of things. So, nā mihi kia koutou. Just tuatahi ake ka tukunatu ngā mihi kia koutou ngā kai nihera e te hine matua o tō tātou nei pāme, tori, me whānau ka tuku mihi atu kia koe ki te tiamana o tēnei committee, Councillor O'Neill, ka tuku mihi kia koe, kia tātou katoa. I just really wanted to convey my acknowledgements of the team and the mahi of City Council with respect of the implementation of the Tupiki Ora strategy, recognising that this is only but year 3 of a 10-year strategy. But even within those 3 years, a lot has been completed and progressed. The visibility of our reo, the restoration projects like Te Kopahau and the rollout of bilingual signage and the capability uplift through kōkiritia, they're all tangible and meaningful signs of the momentum which Council and its officers are progressing alongside us mana whenua partners. We encourage the Council to stay the course. This kaupapa means a lot, and we hope that that the resource continues to flow for these important pieces of work, supporting data systems and telling our stories and the stories of us as mana whenua, as ahika, tangata whenua, but also the stories of the city and the stories of Māori throughout the city, of their well-being, and ensuring outcomes are not just a chapter in a plan, but central to the plan itself. Ultimately, Tupiki Ora is not only about Māori success, it's about the kind of city we want to be. If we lift the well-being of our whānau, we lift the well-being of our whole city. So with that, I just want to finally say we fully support the mahi of the strategy. We're fully behind it. We're fully supportive of the Council and its continued support of it. And we're fully supportive of the officers who are leading it and the officers within Council who are progressing it alongside us. So, ngā mihi kia koutou katoa. Thank you so much for your support, and we continue. We look forward to continuing on the next chapter of this important kaupapa. Ngā mihi kia koutou. Tēnā koutou. Tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Tēnā tātou, kia ora kara. Thank you so much for making the time to be with us today. It's a really important piece of mahi, and for your continued kind of leadership over the city as well. Kia ora, so no mai Akika Takata and Gabriel Pere Ngātai Lemisko ki te hore e te kōrero. Karipa.
Ka pai morena tātou, e tautoko ana i rā mihi kia kara. Just reiterate those sentiments towards Kara for joining us today, and what is, I know he's got his hands full, but blessed to have our takahere partners here, not only at the table, Holden, but also online to join us today. Team, I know you've all read all the papers already, so I won't go through those again. But, oh, and Liz, sorry, didn't see you there, Liz. Didn't see you there, sorry. Kia ora hoki, Ngāti Toa, e rao tepu. So I won't go through all of the things again, but I guess as Kara indicated, we're only 3 years into this journey, and this is the second report that we've provided you in terms of our progress as an organisation. When we started out on this journey, we focused our attention on a few places so that we can make some really big impact in our efforts. We have a big organisation with a lot of things we do for the community and a lot more things we still need to do for the community, but one of the ways that we can make some really good progress is by focusing on a few things. And so you will have seen in here that we're focused a lot on building some capability in order for us to do the things that you're asking us to do as a council. But we've also spent some time on working through making sure we've got some good data sets, some good data pools, and a good, strong reporting framework for you to be able to see the shifts that we're making in terms of the mighty outcomes and the mighty wellbeings. So the report is there and nice and helps identify some of those things for you. It's probably one of the good news stories that you can start to share and tell people how well as a council we are doing over the last little wee while. We've had councils from all around the world reach out. We've had even our friends in Australia reach out to ask us how we kind of have made this progress in such a short time. So I think you should be proud as a council of that progress. There's obviously lots more happening inside the organisation. This isn't everything we're doing, but it's the key things that I think are of note for you. So Gabes, do you want to add something to that?
I'll clean that up. Kia ora mai anō koutou. You've said a lot, you've said it all, but just as an overview, the report provides a snapshot of year 2 progress in implementing our strategy, the 10-year strategy. It highlights key developments, achievements and areas of improvement. There's always areas for improvement. The progress is framed against the strategy's 4 focus areas: te akina te taiao, caring for the environment, enhancing and promoting te ao Māori, building capability and thriving in vibrant communities. And to the point, to both Kara's and Karipa's point, a key message for our councillors is to stay the course. It's early days. The council are well positioned in providing and proving that across the organisation we can deliver the results alongside our tākaihere partners and hapori Māori. So we will take the report as read and ready to respond to any pātai.
He pātai me utu I mua e te tau patipatu. We have Pauiwi Holden Hohaia first for pātai.
Kia ora, thank you, and thank you for the report. It was a really, really good read. I just had one question. So one of the great things about it now is there are performance indicators in there, and I just wondered, are there any plans, what plans have you got to add or, change those performance measures moving forward?
Kia ora. We are continuing to engage with the council to continue to build on those indicators. Like they have already said, there's a lot that council is doing, and there's a lot of area that we are still to approach to understand, to better collect data that's relevant to how they deliver for Tupi Kōrau. So we will continue to engage and then work on gathering more relevant data and then build a comprehensive picture of how we are progressing as a city.
Colleagues, any other pātai? Councillor Abdurrahman.
Thank you again. It's really a comprehensive report as well. It's really good to see that coming together. My question is more of a bit broader, and just I'm very happy to, if you don't want to answer it, but how we can take it into, this is a good strategy. A lot of people put into it and a lot of work previously been into it as well. How that, if one wants to politicize, that can be addressed through the strategy, or how, I'm just thinking, I don't want to mention examples, but how that can be taken out. The politics sometimes not going to play around this table, either in favor or against, to make points. So how do you think that can be managed and that can be addressed through the strategy and keeping the relationship with everyone to be working in a better way?
That's a big one.
Not sure I understand exactly the question, Councillor.
Okay, let me put it this way.
I suggest, Councillor, you might be referring to the Tākaihere agreement, which is separate to Tupiki Ora, of course intertwined, but that may be more relevant to... Hi.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. The question and those strategies, they are interrelated, and I just wondered if you want to comment in that area, but if you don't, I'm very happy.
Sorry, I'm with Karipa. Can you clarify what you're asking?
So when it comes to strategy, this Tupiki Ora strategy, what it means when it comes to relationship, whether it's council with the community, how this can be during any of council can propose a project saying that this is part of our Tupiki Ora strategy, we want to address it, but the community says, no, actually this is about my area, I want to make more power in this, how that can be addressed relationship-wise?
I think the process we used to create Tupiki Ora was one of co-creation with the community, and we held many, many sessions in the community, both on marae, at what was then the ASB Sports Centre and places like that, to be able to garner what is the kind of aspirations that the community had for Māori inside Wellington City. That included sessions with our Tākaihere partners, who are obviously important partner with us as council. So that's how we created the Tupiki Ora as a strategy in its earlier days, and we spent a lot of time making sure that we had everyone's views before we put that together. Now, when it came together, it's obviously not very explicit about every person's piece of feedback and everybody's view on the world, but it was a high enough level that people could see the aspirations and their views within that strategy. That's where we came up with the creation of it. As we go through its implementation, obviously people today, and we're having discussions only last week and in the next month about things that aren't inside Tupiki Ora. That doesn't mean they can't be in Tupiki Ora, or that doesn't mean that they're not as important as the things in Tupiki Ora. The world evolves and the world changes. The challenge here for you as a council is to then prioritise what do you think is the important things today for us to focus today on as an organisation to make the aspirations come to life. I don't know if that's answering your question, but
It does, and let me put it in one more, Madam Chair. Example, it's just thriving and vibrant communities. One of the council branch can propose something and saying that this suits our Tupiki Ora strategy, and this is about thriving and vibrant community. One of the councillors says, no, that is not what the argument would be. In that case, for that councillor not to be seen as someone who's against the Tupiki Ora strategy, how that kind of relationship can be managed, because that's what I'm saying. It can be weaponized.
Councillor, I think we might be edging into perhaps a political point in terms of this question. So I'm going to ask that it's relevant to the strategy of this annual report, and we stray away from political.
The process. I agree. I just gave as an example, Madam Chair, and I'm not asking for that to be responded politically. And but my question is still how that something that can be used politically can be managed, not to play out at strategic level.
We might find that this the pate that, or the point that you're making, Councillor, is a political one and probably not appropriate to ask at this time. Did I see a hand up? Was it Councillor Chong? Hi.
Great, thanks very much for this. The way I view a lot of things in council is that I try and look at what we do as getting value for money. And so when I read this, I see a lot of these good intentions.
Could we frame it to a question?
Yeah. So, is it possible to actually define deliverables that you actually have? So, if you do something, then can we actually see this is our objective, this is what we want to achieve, and this would be the result. So I can't actually see this. So is it possible to do that, or is that too obscure?
A lot of that information is in the so by deliverables, there are multiple initiatives and projects across the organisation that do deliver on tūpiki ora outcomes.
The data that we do have available to us is obviously inside the report, and that's showing the little improvements that have been made in the short time that we've had. I think this might have been Pauiui Holden Ohaia's point around the data sets and the way we measure our impact here. There's obviously financial value, but there's also the cultural value and other values that are probably not as financial values that are benefits of this work that's been done. Those things are harder to measure because of the intangible nature of them, but we're doing our best, I guess, to show you through the narratives that are here the impact that these things that the organisation are doing.
Colleagues, any further pātai? I see no. Mā wai te mōtini I whakataka koutou. I understand Mia Whānau is going to move the motion. Kia ora.
Kia ora koutou, very happy to move this paper, and I really want to acknowledge Kārepa, Gabrielle and their team for the incredible mahi over the last few years. This is really positive and important foundation building stuff, and it leads to enhanced well-being for Māori, but also our wider community, and building a future, contributing to a future for our mokopuna and our city overall. One of the key points is when Indigenous people and practices are embraced, this leads to better outcomes for the entire community and the environment. So this work is hugely a positive thing. Some of my favourite highlights have been the renaming of street names, art and storytelling across Wellington. And as we saw in the residents' monitoring survey, awareness of it increased by 14%. We've increased internal capability in te reo Māori, tikanga and te ao Māori across the organisation and into the work. This has also increased across those things by several %. And having our city embrace events like Matariki and Te Wiki o Te Reo Māori has been awesome. So last year, Stan Walker performed at Tākina. It was packed out. He released his album fully in Te Reo Māori. You can see all the kids singing along to it, which means that they are embracing Te Reo Māori and learning from an early age, which we know it's easier to pick up a language from then. And also important to note that Council won an award for these efforts last year, and there was an awesome event at Tākina as well. And the biggest stuff, we've got the Te Awarua Puriroa Harbour Accord, working with Ngāti Toa on restoring the ecological health of our water, Te Toi Mahana and Te Kāinga, contributing to providing more homes, so our whānau have access to safe, secure homes, working with mana whenua to restore planting on the south coast, and incorporating, a mātauranga Māori in some of our climate and sustainability work as well. So we've seen an increase of a number of projects getting funding for that as well. And, working with Taranaki whānui to see how we can protect our little blue penguins, Of course, we love the penguins. So I just feel like, this, alongside our Tākai Here agreement, supporting things like the hikoi last year, the work that we do on submissions on the Treaty Principles Bill, with our Pauiwi and the Māori Ward, we are leading in this space as a city and as a council, and that's something to be proud of. We have the Mayor of Maui in Hawaii seeking advice from us to see how we can utilise our policy work to create better outcomes for his people. I spoke to a group of young Indigenous leaders last night from all over the world, from Hawaii, Korea, and I told them about the stuff that our council and Kārepa's work, and they were just so excited that they can utilise our framework for their communities as well. So I'm deeply thankful to our staff for their mahi, and I'm deeply thankful to our iwi partners, and I'm proud of this council for driving this work forward. It is something to be proud of. Kia ora.
Mā wai e tuko, I understand Pawiwi Holden Hohaya speak. Would you like to speak now? Aye, we have next Councillor Wineta. Aye. Councillor Abdirahman.
Thank you again. I also really value this relationship, and during question time, probably I struggle to put it through what I want to say, so I can explain it, what it means during debate now. With example, last year we had a guy called Mr. Lee who wanted to name his driveway, like a driveway basically, I think not many houses, and he wanted to name that after his name. And his name is Lee, he wanted to call it Lee Way. And then this council agreed, kind of voted on those kind of, it's a very short, narrow street where we discussed about it and made it to the media, and I'm not sure how that in any way benefits the naming of the streets. Yes, we need to name some of the big streets that we have, then renaming of Ipuni would be a good example. But when we just minimize every little things, try to justify it as it is, voting against that would be against our strategy. A typical strategy is something that I just found it a bit difficult. That day, I was just really struggling, should I go this way or this? And I decided no one wanted to be blamed as if you are against the strategy that wanted to achieve a lot of those things. Going back, if you bring that decision back, I would be preferring to vote it as a Mr. Lee's way, because there is no advantage in that, in just fighting with the community, making it to the media in such a way. So we really need to make sure what we're trying to achieve at a higher level is not going to be distilled down, and even when people also try to make those kind of decisions would not be played and politically, which benefits no one. But regards to back to the positivity, TPQR is I think one of the big things that we achieved in the previous council. I was not here, and grateful to people like Jill Day, the Labour Party leader, and Fleur Fitzsimon, who did really good work at the time, and I think this is a legacy, especially for people like Jill, who established the Takahiri partnership in the previous council. I think we should acknowledge that as well, and thank you to you all.
Councillor Free.
Yeah, I think this has been, we're only, as has already been commented, we're only 2 or 3 years into a 10-year strategy, and I'm actually quite amazed at how much has been done. And I think the results do speak quite compellingly that the work has been effective. So just noting, if you just look at our general residents' perception of what's going on, their perception that there is that there's a recognition of Maori culture in our city has risen from 54% of our residents up to 68%. So well over 2/3 of people now can see that there's a reflection of Maori culture in our city. And why is this important? This is important because this is our culture. This could only be done in New Zealand, thereby actually benefiting all of us who call ourselves New Zealanders. We are creating something, a point of difference for our own country and for our identity, whether we have, iwi affiliations or not. We are part of this. There's always going to be European culture and other cultures represented, but it is important that we actually create this strong sense of Maori identity in our country, because it can't be done anywhere else. So, when I was younger and went overseas and travelled in my 20s, what did I have to show that I was different from any other English-speaking country? Not a huge amount, but now I can take the knowledge that in our own country we've built quite a strong identity that is built on a shared history and partnership, and I think that is actually pretty incredible. The work that we've done in the Regs Committee, some of it's referred to here, a lot of it, I'm proud to say, has gone through the committee that I chair. So many name changes, the cycleway projects that we've done the detail of have reflected art and placemaking and wayfinding that has a lot of Māori elements in it. There's a lot that we can all be collectively quite proud of in here, and to get past the feeling that it's somehow threatening is a challenge at times. And I do acknowledge that very difficult decision that came before us, where we did choose in the end by majority to name it with a Māori name. But again, it is about the big picture. It's about what will matter 20 or 30 or 40 or 50 years from now. And some of this is about acknowledging the history that goes back a very long way. Oh, thank you. I would like to thank actually the Karapa and his team, who I don't get to thank very often, but I know that a lot of your work is behind just about every other work stream that comes to council. So thank you, Karapa.
Hi. Councillor Calvert.
Thank you, and for the work that's been done. I do concur with some of Councillor Abdurrahman's comments. I think it's important when we've got strategies like this that we make sure we're working on stuff that really makes a difference. And I think sometimes, like not just this strategy, but some other ones, is are we getting the best bang for our buck? I think we've made some real progress, but sometimes we focus on some small stuff where maybe we shouldn't be, because it gets lost in the messaging, and it does, it detracts us. And I think it's great that the performance metrics are showing a huge lift, but I'm also taking a view across all our metrics. And so sometimes when you get a very high increase in one area, it might be to the detriment of somewhere else. But having said that, I think we need to make sure that we are focusing on aspects that are, going to keep telling the story more. And I will do a little bit of a plug for one aspect, and that's Mount Kōrau in Kandala, Nio. And I know the Onslow Historical Society have raised, it might surprise some of you, that raised the question about should we return it to its original name, which I understand is Mount Tarakaka. And apologies if I've mispronounced it. But I think that to me is, and within the community, local community, there's been a lot of support for that. So I'm doing, and even Karapa gave me a badge before for the Tupuki Ora, and it's got a mountain on it. And I said, well, that can be our Mount Kōrau or Mount Tarakaka as a symbol. So because it's on your badge now, that I think it's probably appropriate that we do look at carrying the conversation forward about the appropriate name. Thank you. But yeah.
Councillor Chong.
I find this subject is actually quite difficult to speak about eloquently, but a lot of things come to mind. I spend a lot of time with the different ethnic groups in Wellington, and what I get from them is that that they feel that they're not being marginalised, to speak, but they're being sidelined or ignored. Now, I've had recent meetings with the Assyrian groups. There's so many groups that I was tracking them. Last week, the Greek community, the Cretan community. I attend the Multicultural Council meeting every month, ethnic advisory groups, the Filipinos, the Indians, the Tamils, and so it goes on. So a lot of these groups are saying very, very similar things that, they make up a huge number or a huge percentage of Wellingtonians, and yet their cultures and their they carry on their cultures, and they engage in and put on these functions for themselves, and so but they do it without any council acknowledgement or council assistance for any of these things, and so again, even when I look at the food banks and the food distribution places, they're out there sort of putting their own money into it, raising their own money, going about doing things to help anyone who comes up to their food banks. I go to St. Peter's where they distribute food there. I was there last weekend. And also our community centre in Manor Street, where there's a food bank there that they run every Saturday. And again, when I go down there and I look at the different people that come up, they're from all sorts of ethnicities, but we're all in the same bucket. We're all actually in the same city, and so we're all trying to survive and make the most of what the city offers. But we don't seem to be paying these other groups any attention. So when I read this report, it seems like there's a lot of things that are very hard to define. And as Karapa says, is that a lot of these things you can't actually define. You can't say, look, it's not like an engineering solution where this is what we're going to do and this is therefore the result. It's not like that. And I understand that it's very difficult to actually do these things. So I'm not sure that we're actually looking after all Wellingtonians. And what I would like is I would like to see value for money for everything that we do. And so it's not just focusing on one particular group, but looking at all Wellingtonians. And I have a meeting this afternoon with the Salvation Army, and so they've got issues with these things, and they need help as well. But are we doing the right thing by them? Are we actually paying attention to what they do? And it's not just looking at ethnicities, and of course there are lots of different ethnicities in these groups that are sort of coming to these food banks and distribution places because they feel that they're not included in the mainstream Wellingtonian sort of benefits or the things that we're actually concentrating on. So. And I go back to my colleague, Councillor Abdurrahman, who just talked about...
Councillor Chung, you've reached the end of 3 minutes if you'd like to wrap up your comments.
Okay, so I'd like to... He just reminded me of that discussion that we had last year, and I recall I actually felt for him because we didn't actually acknowledge the issues that he had, but we decided that this is what we'll do, and so we ran over what was a democratic decision for him, and so I feel that I'm not sure that we're actually putting our focus on the right areas and we're getting value for money for where we're putting our money. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Foon.
Yeah, kia ora. I just really want to thank the team for the report. It is a good news story for Pōneke, and as Mayor Whānau said, for our next generations. And we've got we're talking about an economic challenge that Pōneke has, and thank you, Councillor Free, for acknowledging the opportunity that this brings to shouting about our difference and who we are, and that's why I love this mahi, because this is our story together, and I know that many Wellingtonians are very proud of it. I just want to acknowledge the report as a snapshot looking back, but even today we've got a snapshot looking forward. We know that we're about to look at the partnership with Taranaki Whānui and Mātai Moana and Tātou Ki Uta. There are potential name changes. Hui Te Para Park, we've had our Tākahiri partners' involvement in feeding into that. It's exciting times. I don't think I've seen that much mahi in one paper as we've got today. So I just want to acknowledge at a local level the beautiful experiences our communities are having, working with our Tākahiri partners or our team in council to have the experience of the blessings and the cultural inclusion that this work is doing and connecting our communities together. It is so greatly valued, and in fact I'd say it's unifying, and I think we all know that there's more that unites us than divides us. So to summarise, I believe our city, Pōneke, is really proud of this work, and so I, for one, will be certainly supporting, endorsing the approach to keep moving forward with Tupa Kia ora. Kia ora.
Councillor Benetta.
Kia ora, everyone. I'm still a bit crook, but I'm going to try and muster some enthusiasm for this. Look, the one thing that I would really like to say is that there is nothing about Te Ao Māori that comes at the expense of anybody else. And it's a fundamental principle of Te Ao Māori. Nothing that we do or are perceived to get, which is a word that I really don't like in this context, comes at the expense of anyone else. Looking through the strategy, there really is something for everyone, whatever your interest as a governor of this city. We have 4 areas of focus. We have Te Ao Māori and the visibility thereof. We have our environment, Te Taiao. We have also building capability for our iwi partners, and we have thriving communities as a 4th focus, all of which are tracking kakariki green. Which is fantastic news. Great to have some deliverables and great to see how we're going against it. If your interest on this council is primarily protecting the environment, then you can rest assured that as part of Tupa Kia ora, we are doing so. We are partnering with iwi to protect the penguins. We are partnering with iwi to increase biodiversity. Iwi are taking a whole bunch of burden that previously was on council and government and are making incredible gains in lots of different spaces. If your interest is community facilities, for example, we are working really closely with iwi in co-designing and co-developing housing aspirations, community centre aspirations, and iwi are again picking up the slack where we have left off. If your interest is in building capability in general, so we can have a nice slim council with low rates, well then I've got news for you, because your interest is in this paper as well, in empowering iwi to deliver for their communities. So I guess the point that I really want to make is that when Māori are doing well, everyone is doing well. And it is in the interest, I would think, of everybody around this table to invest in Tupa Kia ora and the partnership that it represents. Kia ora.
Councillor Matthews.
Councillor Benetta just said basically everything I wanted to say. So, but I actually, and I did think about taking my name off the list, but I actually do want to speak to tautoko what he said from a tangata tiriti perspective, because I can reflect, having been at the beginning of both the Tupa Kia ora and the takaihiri, and it's important that we understand the differences between those two things. Their interrelationship is obviously extremely important, but they are separate things and they mean different things. That we have transformed as an organisation over the time that I have been lucky enough to be part of this organisation. And I just wanted to echo Councillor Wenetta's comments that the whole point of Tupa Kia ora is it is rooted in Te Ao Māori. And so when we apply a lens, and I understand and appreciate that we are all at different places in our journey on this. However, when we apply a strictly kind of European or colonised kind of lens to this, we actually end up in the wrong place and we're not seeing the work in its entirety for what it is. And I had put on my notes before you spoke, Councillor Wenetta, that this takes nothing from any other group of people. It actually enriches us all. And I want to tautoko what Councillor Calvert said about tarikaka, because I have some impatience about that particular name as well. However, I have kind of learnt to recognise that this is not my pace, and I understand that there's impatience in the community, and there's a real desire to rename and correct names. However, we have to do that at the pace of the people that we took the names from in the first place, that we renamed things. And so I respect and appreciate that, want to give it my support, but also understand that it won't necessarily happen in the way that I want or when I want to do it, but I have confidence that it will happen. And I just want to say as well that I think we're missing some of the comments have missed how important this work is an expression of our role as in Te Tiriti. And that is, something we can all, and I really appreciated your comments, Councillor Free, as well, that, about our history, but we're all kind of learning, and our organisation is doing so much better than it was even a very short time ago. And so I want to thank everybody for their work. I want to thank Mana Whenua for being so gracious with us. And I particularly, it's not directly related to this strategy, but when I think about Mātai Moana and the opportunities that have been given to us by iwi to work with them that I do not think would have happened when our relationships were not as strong as they are now. So I'm really excited, and I just want to thank everybody and express my gratitude for where we are now and where we can get to in the future. Thank you.
Ngā mihi, I will just take the time to really speak briefly, but there's been such a great elevation of the successes within the report up. But I just wanted to briefly kind of touch and reflect on the comments around paste. So we know trust can arrive, let me think of it, like a tricycle, but it can leave a lot quicker, like a Ferrari, if anything in the relationship changes. And to really mihi to this momentum that we're seeing is a direct result of the sustained partnership, even prior to last term, but that does take work, but also the rangatira of Jill Day and Councillor Tamitha Paul last term at the table, and Māori rangatira that we have at the table now, me whānau, Pauiwi Hohaia, Pauiwi Liz Kelly, our excellent Māori ward councillor, Councillor Winera, for continuing to be champs. And there's also a role for this in Tauiwi and Pākehā, and people that are a part of Aotearoa to continue awhiing that leadership and giving it the mana that it deserves when we have fantastic points to try and reflect on that deliberately in tūpiki ora. So I support this paper wholeheartedly, and I'd invite all of us around the table to keep leaning into the opportunities we have in front of us. And I cannot wait to see where this leads to. But also to acknowledge this is the whole of our council commitment. I remember having portfolios at the time when this came in, and every single business unit had to change and adapt and talk about how they're going to deliver to these new measures. And so to thank staff, especially Mataho Aranui and the teams across our whole council family for contributing to this kaupapa. Kia ora. I te kaikauni here me whānau I pārngai ana koe ki te whakautu ai. Pauiwi Hohaia, would you like to speak? Yep.
Kia ora, thank you. Look, so much has been said, I was actually considering taking my name off the list as well, but I feel like I do want to say something. I think I'll just leave it with a comment that Kara made, actually, which I think it's still resounding in my ears. He said, tūpiki ora is not just about Māori success, it's about the city we want to be. And I feel that kind of sums it up for me, and I just want to acknowledge all the speakers today. And you too, Karepa and team. I know Councillor Free was absolutely right when she said that you guys are behind pretty much every policy that's in place in the council. So big mihi to you. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora koutou. Really wonderful and diverse comments. It's really great. One comment I will make is just a polite reminder to some councillors, especially if you're running for mayor, just to read your papers. Read the long-term plan, which delivers for our whole community. Read committee papers that have the answers and KPIs, and maybe get across Te Tiriti o Waitangi. I think it's good to have an understanding of these things if you want to be the mayor of this city. But mainly, thank you for our wonderful staff for the work behind this. Very proud.
I nei ke potetia te motini, and now put the motion which has been moved and seconded. Division noted.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Chung, I think, wants to have them done separately.
We've already opened the vote, so you'd like to... Okay, with the leave of the meeting, should we make this
1 and 2 separately?
Yeah, okay, Because the motion has already been put and voting has opened, actually understanding orders, we are unable to interrupt that process. So we might just keep these two resolutions together.
With the leave of the meeting, would it be okay if we...
I just checked and it's actually not a call for the leave of the meeting. My apologies.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and there were indications around the table that people didn't want to grant that leave as well. Ko mana, that has passed. Everybody, we are on to item 2.3, the draft tātou ki uta, the Coastal Reserves Management Plan. I have a few acknowledgements because we have people in various places that have worked on this mahi. So ka nui te mihi kia Lee Ruahina August from Taranaki Whānui and Jerome Hippolyte from Ngāti Toa ki te kora I mua I tātou mātou tima to coming forward to speak. Kia Robert, Hinata, Ashley from Ngāti Toa, ki te ropo I te tēnei rā, who are in the room with us, and kia Maya and Mark from Taranaki Whānui hoki I kaha mahi ana koa kaori ai I konei I te tēnei rā, who did a lot of work on this strategy but are unable to be in the room with us today. And then last but not least, no mai Ella Hardy and Sherilyn Hinton ki te hore I te kōrero. Kia ora.
He ngā iwi o te motu nei, he rau kura rā tēnei, e te tia nei te aoa, I te iti te ra I te katoa. Mauri ora ki te ware, taku mihi tuatahi, ki te remu paipai roa nei, aratoa I tupuna o te Wanganui Ātara. Tēnei te mihi atu ki tō tātou tupuna, kua wehi atu ki te pō. O tira taku mihi tuarua kia koe te hea mana. O tira te koro matua, me o mema o te kaunihera nei. Ka huri aku whakaaro ki o kai mahi. O kai mahi, hei, tiaki I te tai ao. Hei, whakanui tō tātou. Takiwā. Nō reira tēnei te mihi atu ki a koutou. O tira aku whakaaro nui ki a kōrua, ki a koutou hoki, te piukara, me te whakaaro e pāna ki tō tātou maunga, tēnei te mihi atu ki a tātou. Tira te hononga mai mātou ki a koutou, o tō rangatira, tēnei te mihi aroha, I te mahi tahi kei Wainganui a tātou. Nō reira tēnā tātou katoa. Ko tēnei te tirohanga o tō mātou mahi. Ko tēnei te tirohanga o tātou ki uta. Ko tēnei te tirohanga o tātou ki tai. Nō reira tēnei anō te mihi atu ki a tātou katoa. Mihi ana, mauri ora ki te ware. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. In acknowledging where we are today in our beautiful city of Te Wanganui Ātara, Wellington, the first reflection was for our tupuna who left these lands and waters to us. We are the recognition of those people of those times. Secondly, acknowledging you, Madam Chair, yourself, our Mayor, our whanaunga, and also our kaimahi here in the Wellington City Council, Te Kaunihera o Pōneke. This has been a fabulous experience of us working together, hei mahi tahi ai, acknowledging the relationships between ourselves as Taranaki Wānui and our cousins at Ngāti Toa Rangatira. This is certainly a demonstration of how working together can get a wonderful result. Very encouraged by hearing about tūpiki ora as well. As you know, we're all dealing with the same whakaaro, te akina te tai ao, te akina tō tātou ao, Engari Takina, our mātou katoa. We've got to look after our environment, we've got to look after our world together, and we need to look after each other. So I acknowledge that. I acknowledge tātou kita has come to this place. We've been very lucky to work with our colleagues here at Wellington City Council, and we're very appreciative of the work to come. We're also noting, as you did in tūpiki order, the importance of whakatika ingoa, of returning those traditional names. So very, very proud to hear today about Tarikaka as someone that lives under that maunga and takes solace from its care. I wanted to just say to you that we've proven through this process, we started after a new government came in, and we all know that we've had challenging times. But we've proven again that partnership and strengthened hononga and relationships will enable us to do this work together. And from us of Taranaki Wānui, ki tūpoko tika, kia koutou katoa o tēnei kaunihara, me koutou o Ngāti Tō Rangatira. Tēnei anō te mihi atu kia koutou, he mihi anō ki tō tātou rangatira kara i te kōrero I mua I tēnei. So just noting that kara's online. Kia koe hoki whae Liz, mihi ana kia koe. Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity to be involved with tātou kiata. We're really proud of the work we've done together. Nei anō te mihi atu kia koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Kia ora.
Gloria, ki tātua I runga rawa, he mangarongo ki te mata o te whenua, he whakaro pai ki ngā tangata katoa. E miki ki ana ki a koe te tiamana, ngā memo o te committee nei, me tō tātou mea, tēnei te mi ki a koutou, me ngā kaimahi o te kaunihera o Pōneke, e mihi ake ana ki a koutou katoa. I just wanted to take a short time just to reiterate Ngāti Tō's stance on the work that has been happening. We're really appreciative of the place that we've got to so far. And I think just to remind us all, I think we're all familiar with key concepts that we have in Te Ao Māori. A key one is mana, and for mana whenua like Tanaki Whānui and Ngāti Tō Rangatira, we seek to increase our mana. One way to do that is to look after the place that we live in. We don't see that this is a negative on different communities, but we think that if we can increase our mana, then it means that we're doing a good job looking after the different communities, whether they're Māori or whether they're from different members of our communities. So a key thing for the Wellington coast is we wanted to enhance it and to protect it. We feel that the collaboration that we've done alongside Wellington City Council, Tanaki Whānui, has enabled us to come to a place where we can develop this tool that will be used to not only enhance the coastline, but also this means that the community can continue to use it in accordance with what is best for our taiao. So we're positive that the place that we've arrived at will benefit not just Māori, but all of us here that live in our community. So just wanted to mihi again to the key people that have been involved with this project. Lee, from Tanaki Whānui, Lee, Rauhina August, Maya Holman Wharehoka, Mark Ormsby, from Wellington City Council, Bart Cox, Ella Hardy, Sherilyn Hinton, Paul Andrews, and from our team, Robert, Hanita, and Ashley. So, yeah, e mihi ake ana kia koutou katoa.
Kia ora koutou.
Kia ora koutou. Ko ala takuinga. It's great to be here alongside you guys to introduce this paper, following a huge amount of work that we've done together. So I'll just go over the scope a little bit of the plan. Tātou Kiuta is our new coastal reserve managed plan, our draft plan. It sets out how we care for, protect and use the city's coastal reserves and open spaces over the next 10 years. At its core, the plan aims to meet Council's obligations under the Reserves Act, and it's a statutory document. It's to guide day-to-day management and use of the coast. It supports consistent integrated decision-making across our coastal areas and reflects our partnership commitments with Taranaki, Whānui and Ngāti Toa under the Takahere Agreement. And it's about providing clear direction on cultural, ecological, recreational and operational priorities. The scope of the plan includes council-owned or managed coastal land from Oriental Bay to Korori Stream, reserves, beaches, escarpments, coastal platforms, parks and road reserve along the coastline. Partnership and also the partnership managed sites, Taputiranga Island and Orowiti Reserve. A wide range of coastal assets, including tracks, toilets, dunes, play spaces, boat ramps and leased buildings are also all in the scope of this plan. While the plan focuses on open space and recreation, it also acknowledges the impact on infrastructure such as roads and stormwater systems and highlights the important role that natural systems and public spaces can play in coastal resilience. But it's not a transport plan, it's not a plan for road infrastructure, it does not include water, stormwater or wastewater system management. It does not address stuff below the mean high water spring mark. And also, it's not our 100-year climate adaptation strategy, but the plan does have a really important role in recognising climate resilience in public coastal spaces, and there's a lot of climate resilience work that has gone into developing this plan. So, yeah, thank you.
Kia ora mai tātou, just to acknowledge and whakamana to the people in the room, people outside the room, and really thank you for your whakaroa and the introduction. He pātai me utu I mua e te tau patu. Colleagues, any pātai before we move to debate? Pawiwi hohaia.
Kia ora, thank you. Just keen to take the opportunity while our whānau are here to kind of see what your thoughts are around this use of the concept of Māori. So in Te Ao Māori, Māori or life force is a really important concept, particularly in environmental management. Everything has a Māori, everything has a life force, coast, sea, rocks, everything. Do you want to comment on what role you see that traditional Māori concept playing and informing, how it might inform council practice?
Hi, kia ora te wanaunga. Ki mātou Taranaki wānui, just thinking about how when we talk about Māori, you're right, everything has a Māori, but how do we bring that whakaaro together to normalise that thinking, for us to understand that as kaitiaki, as people here, we need to understand that everything has a respect that needs to be given to it, and how do we collectively do that? So I think for us, it's about how we lead those ways, how we teach people, and how we're inclusive to ensure that this is something that we do together.
Pātai, welcome. We have Pātai from Councillor Pennant.
Thank you so much for your amazing work on this. And I think the philosophical framework is really great. There were just a couple of questions. The Marine Education Centre, sorry that I didn't pick this up yesterday, is not really discussed. And obviously there is a very long history to that. Are you not anticipating any further development, given it's just a little shed?
There is an action in there around the future of the bait house shed, and I have to find the page number there, but there are issues with, there is a decision around the future of that building, and there is an action around looking at the future of the bait house building, but we haven't specifically addressed the future of the Marine Education Centre as an institution. There is some commentary in the plan about the good work that does for the community.
Yeah, okay, sorry, I must have looked over it a little bit, but yeah, that is a long ongoing issue. The next question I just had really was around the money. Obviously we've got to watch that, but it seems very light given the amount that we need, well, first of all, to acknowledge the importance of a cultural heritage, but also just the resilience. Or are you thinking that's really going to be dealt with through our adaptation work?
So the money in the plan is really just a first go at it doesn't include all potential future capex, but it's focused on the sort of an analysis investigation work that we need to do, because the plan itself is not a asset management or money financial plan. It's a strategy. It's a plan that sets the direction around these areas, and there's a lot more work that needs to go into the asset financial as part of long-term planning and asset management planning. But there is some money proposed in there, and we think that's about 75% of the plan can be covered under existing costs, existing asset management planning work that's already covered. But saying that, as you can see in that assessment, that those big projects require further work to understand what the costs associated with them will be.
Okay. And so just my final question, I'm particularly interested in a response from our mana whenua partners. I have some trouble with the word management. Okay, you get me. Thank you. So I find it very human-centric and very, there's a bit of hubris under there that we can sort of manage the sea. I just wondered if you had any reflection on that, and also just around the nature first, which is excellent, when that comes into conflict with human need.
Yeah, good question. I think for us, there are legislative requirements around the wording for the plan, so we're fine to work alongside whatever is required, but where we can, be flexible, I think we're open to changing different words around the management and things like that. What was the second part of your question?
Balancing nature with human needs and wants.
Yep, that's what the RMA tries to do, and I think that's, from a Te Ao Māori perspective, that's what we try to do as well. I guess everyone tries to do it, but where we can do it in harmony, that's where we try to focus on, and if there's ways that we can avoid or mitigate, those are the things that we prefer. But it's a difficult balance to make, and I think as Wellington Council works alongside iwi, we can provide our input into options that may serve both parties. The tai ao is protected, but also the community can also utilise the tai ao. Yeah.
Right. Pātai Councillor Free.
Yeah, some of the stories, behind the proposed name changes are really beautiful. And I just wondered, and I haven't had time to look at the paper in enough detail, I just wondered how important it is to iwi to have those explanations, through signage or through whatever. And I hope we have some funding.
Oh, kia ora, Councillor. Absolutely agree with you. It's so important for us to be able to tell our stories in many different ways. And just picking up on what you said before, what is our point of difference when we go overseas? Well, our culture is us. It's embedded in us, whether we're Māori or otherwise. So for us, being able to share the stories together is really important. And what's the story when it comes from the people that it's been left by? It means that it brings all of that heart and soul of the people that were here before into those of us that are here today and for the future generations to come.
So, what do you think is the best way to sort of promote the story, or to make it clear why we're changing the name?
I think there's so many different ways to do it, but the most important thing is how we communicate this information and how we're inclusive in our intention. Because whilst our tūpuna left things here for us, it's actually up to us today to understand how we, excuse the word, but we manage this together, ne? So, that's the important thing.
Maybe we need
lots of ways that we can do this, through art, through kōrero, through waiata, through plays.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Are there any further pātai before we move into debate? I see none. Ngā mihi nui, thank you so much for joining us today and for your hand in developing this work. We really appreciate it. Mā wai te mōtini I whakakotau. I've had a brief conversation with Councillor Winera. I just wanted to confirm, second it? All right, aye, cool. I will move this paper here today. Tātou ki uta. It's from the whakatau ki tātou ki uta tātou ki tai. And I really think it's a very beautiful reminder of the shared responsibility and grounding us in the well-being as being kind of inseparable with the te taio, the moana and the whenua. As a very proud coastal ward councillor for Te Motu Kairangi, we got the best beaches in all of Wellington. We're very proud of it, but I also know that Paikawakawa, our ward colleagues, also do have some competing ones, but we do have a lot of great coast. But no, for real, like this kind of the shared understanding of the environment is not something that a lot of people have a strong connection with, but I really see my role as being very close with it. It's something that the mauri of the land gives me and my personal experiences, the mauri, my well-being, keeping me literally grounded into the context of the future. And the more we come to understand te taio, the better we come to appreciate it. And if the newer generations coming through, if our mokopuna and our grandchildren of the future aren't kind of taught to care and understand for the nature, then it's going to be hard to kind of have those conversations as well. So there's a lot of really fantastic things in this plan, and a big part is strengthening that kaitiakitanga and the deeper partnership, embedding Mātauranga Māori and cultural values into how we manage the space. I've been a part of a really cool project at Te Mara Atane, Zealandia, where we've used Mātauranga Māori methods of whakawehu to evaluate the health of our toi common bully fish, and it's awesome. It's gotten so much better results than any kind of Pākehā method of counting fish and science, and I really am just super jazzed about this plan. Yeah, I've been just thinking about it a lot, and with the pressures of climate change, biodiversity loss and urban growth, Wellington is one of the only cities in the entire world where biodiversity is increasing. So let's celebrate that. I'm so proud of the mahi that Wellington City Council does with te taio, and in particular, this team within Parks and Recreation, Ayla Hardy, Sherilyn, Paul Andrews, and engaging with over 3,000 people before it even reached our table. It was a massive effort and such a close relationship and importance placed in holding that space for mana whenua in this partnership. So we love to see it. I would strongly recommend that you support this paper, and I pass over to Councillor Winera to tautoko.
Kia ora, it's a real treat to second this paper. I actually got a sneak preview of this mahi that I'm not allowed, well, that I wasn't allowed to talk about at the time. But yeah, thanks for that. But I took a trip out to the South Coast with the team and just got to sit in as a fly on the wall with some of the early meetings that happened with various stakeholders, including mana whenua. And I really just want to praise the team for the excellent kind of co-design and engagement that was implemented to develop this strategy. It's a 20-year-old strategy. We could have just done a little administrative cleaning up, but I think the team really did deliberately go above and beyond to create something that is really fit for purpose for the future, which is great. One small thing that I want to talk about is actually the archaeological interest of the South Coast, because there's a lot. Plenty of mana whenua sites of significance are all around the South Coast, including former kainga sites, middens, and also cultivated karaka groves, which I'm sure Bart can talk career off about if you ever get the opportunity. But they are really well wrapped into the strategy. The management of them, the consideration of how they might have fitted for past peoples and what they might mean to us today, I think is really cool. And from an archaeological perspective, the South Coast is a really rich landscape filled with a lot of history and a lot of mana. Also, it is crucial that this work gets done now. Obviously, the South Coast is where the brunt of climate change is going to be felt in the city in a very real way. And I think, lastly, the success of this paper is an example of the success of the approaches expounded in the previous paper. So this, this is it. This is what it looks like. This is the good stuff. So privilege is second. Thanks very much.
He taka hei taupatu patu. I understand Councillor Pannett has emailed through an amendment.
Apologies, Chair. I did give people heads up. I don't know if I've got a seconder, but even if someone would just do it as put it on the table.
Okay.
Just take the word management out of the.
Right, emailed around?
Yeah, I emailed it last night, but I took the reference to the regional one out. And sorry, Holden, I sent it to you last night, but sorry, I haven't had time to follow up.
And before you move the amendment, we just need to know that you have a seconder.
Yes, well, could I just, unless someone else, thank you. Right. Does anyone else want to talk first, or shall I just do my main thing quickly?
I reckon let's do the main thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, look, when it comes to the environment, I've got quite high standards and are hard to please, as you may have noticed. So I'd just really like to thank mana whenua and officers for doing such a great job on this. It is a very comprehensive approach. We're going to get so many good things out of it, a nature-first approach. We're going to get some sites and places properly named, back to their Māori origins rather than the European ones. And we're going to hopefully get some better community outcomes because people, as humans, we want to be near the water, generally. So look, it's really, really exciting. I do just want to just raise those issues that I did raise in questioning. The money is going to be tricky, I think. Those numbers that were given look really nice, but we are looking at moving away from the coast at times. We are looking at building natural or human-made protective mechanisms, and it will not be cheap. I just also make a point just around Oriental Bay. I thought we'll probably need to do quite a lot more thinking around that. It's a very important part of the city in current terms. People like to recreate around there, and it will need some protection. And the Marine Education Centre, I don't know if everyone knows, but this is a very long and tortured history. Victor and Judy are doing some amazing work over there, and it would be good to get a permanent structure that is purpose-built. It just might need to be a bit smaller than was thought about in the 2010s. And just the final point I'd like to make is around the nature first. I feel relieved when I see those words, because that is at the very heart of Western environmentalism, not speaking about anyone else's vision, that we have to look after the environment as we meet our human needs. Otherwise, we won't have it, and we need to look after it for future generations. The tricky part, of course, as our mana whenua partners identified, is when that comes into a bit of, or when we have to try and get those two things to rub alongside each other. As you have heard, I do not like the word management. I find it very, very problematic. And it might just sound like one word, but actually it does to some extent hit at the heart of why we have had a climate and ecological problem. Instead of living in accordance with nature, we have tried to manage it. And the mechanisms we have used to manage it have been highly damaging. So I would like to ask, sometimes these linguistic shifts mean that we're actually really moving the conversation into a different place, that we talk about guardianship rather than management. And it doesn't mean by removing the word here that we don't do any management. We might need to do a little bit, but that we just keep it at a high level. It's just about the coastal reserves, and we will really start to put that emphasis on nature first. Kōrau.
Any partai on the proposed amendment before the seconder speaks or moves it?
The only comment I've got to make is that I'm just putting this, helping my colleague put it on the agenda, that's all.
Right. Did you have partai on the debate? Partai, Councillor Randall, or debate? Partai. Councillor Randall.
Yes, I was just wondering if officers could comment on the impact of removing the word and whether they think it does better align the regional and city council's planned name changes.
From here? So the Reserves Act calls them reserve management plans, and that's why it's currently is a reserve management plan. Reserve management plans is the standard name that is used across the country to call them management plans, but we have, as long as we make it really clear in the document that says it is a reserve management plan in various parts of the document, we have to use that term, then we have asked legal and they've said that it's okay to not have management in the title.
Yeah, and so also just in terms of confusion or clarity, if they have the same name, do you think it will cause confusion as to which plan is which between the regional council and the city council? Do you think it's actually worthwhile having a slightly different name?
There is a different name. The name is Tātou Ki Uta. This will be the headline name. So I don't think it can be confused.
I thank you, and I'll just note that there was some advice on this that was sent yesterday, but didn't make it to everybody, so they've just circulated that email again. Oh, cool. I thank you, Councillor Pennant. Did I see a hand for pātai on the side of the table? My apologies. Same pātai. Righto, cool. With no further pātai, we can enter back into debate on the amendment. So I have Puiwi Hohaia.
Thank you. I won't be supporting this amendment. I mean, I get the sentiment, but I just feel that it's, at this time, it feels like a distraction from the kaupapa, which is Tātou Ki Uta. And even my whanaunga from Ngāti Toa said, you know, when we need to, we use the term management, but behind the scenes, we use mauri, tiaki taiao, tiaki whenua. So it really, I just don't think it makes any difference, so I won't be supporting it. But I get your sentiment, Councillor.
Any further tau patu to the amendment? No. Right of reply, Councillor Pennant.
Thanks. Just very briefly, councillors, I know we're busy and I don't want to take up your time, but I did want to bring this up because I do believe the Western discourse around management is so deeply problematic that it does need to be pulled apart. So I would ask that it happens because language matters. Language shapes our world, and when we get the language right, we make things better in the world. Kia ora.
E nāne ki pote tieti motini. Councillor McNulty, if you're online. Kua ngere. That has failed. I'm not used to saying kua ngere at my committee. Righto, we move back to the substantive debate. I have on this list speak to the substantive. Councillor Free, were there other hands that I might have? No, aye. Oh, okay, you are. Cool, thank you. Councillor Free.
Yeah, there's lots of very diverse thoughts about this, but I'm really positive about it and pleased to be able to support it in full. Just getting back to the importance of naming, because that is one of the actions that's coming out of this. I remember when my daughter had a pen friend in Switzerland, and she was asked by the pen friend, "What's the legend of your city?" and my daughter came to me, "Mum, do we have a legend for Wellington?" And fortunately, this is quite a few years ago, even at that stage, I was able to dredge out the story of the two taniwha, Whai Tai Tai and Ngā and said, yes, we have a legend, and it's to do with the shape of the land and how the land was formed, and the battle that went on. I cannot be as eloquent. We did look it up online and got a little bit of help there. So she proudly wrote to her friend, "Yes, my city has a legend," and I think it goes back to when we know a bit more about the history of our land, we value the place. And I think about some of these names, and I think they are intrinsically leading us to a point of valuing the land. So, like, particularly for me, Overton Park becoming potentially, due to, after consultation, hopefully, the Karaka Onehunga Park. Because I've noticed myself, there's just a gorgeous grove of karaka trees there. You can't help but notice when they're fruiting, how profuse they are. Those of you who own dogs, don't let your dogs eat those karaka berries. They are toxic to dogs. But they're absolutely gorgeous. They're obviously planted for a reason. But I didn't, well, that's the whole point, actually. I didn't realise they may have been deliberately planted. I just thought it was a happy accident of nature that those trees are there. And now that we know they're planted and we know a bit more about that history, it's quite an incentive to kind of look after the place, because it becomes a bit more special. I like all of these names. I am going to mention that in respect to the previous paper, and I think someone else alluded to this, the community is valuing this chance to actually rename things. And Councillor Calvert, you mentioned your Western Ward community is quite keen to explore whether there could be a different name for Mount Kaukau. Likewise, the Houghton Valley community is actually very engaged in their suburb, recognising the significance of the name Hawaii to their suburb, and they actually would like to explore some more renaming. They've mentioned to me that Buckley Road Reserve doesn't seem particularly special, and they would like to see if there's a more appropriate name for that. And I think this isn't the time to bring that to this paper, but what this does do is give them an opportunity to comment, because the fact that the name Hawaii is potentially going to be a renaming for View Road, that will open up conversations where they can actually put a point of view about some other names. So I think the paper's valuable in that it's giving opportunity for communities to comment on this.
Thank you,
process we're on.
I'll just
gone on long
signal.
and too long?
Yep.
Okay, I will wrap it up there. Thank you.
All good. Ngā mihi, thank you for your comments. We've Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, look, I'll agree with this, because going out for consultation, I think that's really important for communities to have a say. I think and as long as we're quite explicit of the key changes, I mean, I think the plan itself is quite a number of pages, quite a lot of nice pictures, but I think we need to get to when the consultation, we need to get to the heart of the issues and what's being changed, more importantly, because I think that's really important for people to be aware. And look, and I will put a financial hat on here as well. And the cost of doing this, I note in the papers, it does say that it's hoped, majority can be made covered by existing budgets, and that's great. But I've heard that before, and then sometimes it doesn't eventuate. A lot of times it doesn't eventuate. And also, I will raise the point that we're going to be spending close to $500,000 or $400,000 to $500,000 on a pilot engagement scheme for the south, for Berempore and Island Bay, for the climate adaptation engagement plan, not actually doing any real work. And I really worry about our costs, because we've just approved the long-term plan and the annual plan budget, and we've also agreed, when these papers come to us, what is the financial impact. Now, I know there's something in there, and I also worry that we are still working in silos. So how are we joining up these efforts, working with the same, and often the same communities? So I will support this, but with some reservations. Thank you.
The speaking list, we have two further speakers, Deputy Mayor Foon and Pauiwi Hohaia.
Tātou ki uta. Kia ora, and thank you to all for the mahi that has gone on, and including those 3,000 people who have already engaged with this mahi. I'm really excited about the kaupapa, particularly about the action plan, including the names, bringing the original names back, and particularly about the Māori Ranger program. I think that's a very exciting advancement for us. And also it's the celebration of our Tākaihere partnership again, and that shared storytelling that we've got going on here. But the storytelling is about caring. That's what we're going to get to. And Councillor Calvert, while I appreciate the financial challenges, and I'm also worried about that we'll be able to fund it, I think by having the tātou ki uta out in the community, there is a lot of goodwill that our community are bringing to our work around biodiversity particularly, and so this is an enabler in a way for to get the behaviours that we want, including participation. So just want to acknowledge that while this is good kaupapa and we're trying to separate it from the not so great, but I do want to acknowledge that I think we need to still look at it holistically, that Houghton Bay or Highway still has an outfall that goes onto the beautiful beach from stormwater and the landfill, and we need to prioritise fixing that up. Acknowledging the impacts of sea level rise and the impact that will have on our south coast and around our coastlines in general. But just at this point, let's celebrate the good stuff and the biodiversity and the celebration of our coast. It's a place where we want nature to thrive, so this is a great action point on that vision statement. Kia ora.
Pauiwi Hohaia.
Thank you. I'll be quick. Just really want to acknowledge the whānau from Taranaki Whānui and Ngāti Toa for your passion and enthusiasm and commitment to this kaupapa. Ka nui te mihi kia koutou. I just want to say, in closing, it's been a really good day here at Council. We've had two papers where a Te Ao Māori perspective has been front and centre, and I'm heartened by that. Also, just want to say, Councillor Free, you're on fire, so ka nui te mihi kia koe. I'll leave it there. Kia ora tātou.
There's so many things that affect the Eastern Water on this agenda. I'm there.
There is no right of reply. E nai nei ki pote tiati mōtini. I now put the motion which has been moved and seconded. Kua mana, that has carried. Hey, good result, team. Okay, we have two options before us. We have one more paper, 2.4 Lower Bay paper, or we could go to lunch and come back in half an hour. Crack on. Before, okay. Order. Look, we can't make decision. Everyone's yapping. I'm just going to get an indication from Philip to see if the externals are present or if they are on their way. They're here? All right, cool. Maybe let's do a 20-minute lunch break. I'm going to request that there's one amendment that has not yet been finalised. Please circulate. I believe the amendments, the new ones, will be up on screen. They will be emailed around. The team is unable to print loads more copies, but it's in your inbox and it's on the screen at the minute. With that, no mai, Joe, Richard, Phil, Sean, ki te hore I te korero to introduce the report.
Thank you, Chair. So, Chair and Councillors, look, this is a culmination of about a year's work. I think when the idea was initially when the idea was initiated, the airport proposed a development down Lyell Parade, and so what this has translated to is the proposal that you've got in front of you to consider. It's boardwalk development that has got accompanying recreational and public facilities built into it. You've heard earlier from a number of people about what their view is that around how this will impact the area in a positive sense. So I won't go into that aspect of it, but what I would put to you is that there's a level of innovation here where there's public land that's being proposed to be used for what is largely public benefit. And we've got these two principles going on here where you've got the public value that the airport is going to be delivering to the community. That's recreational amenity, economic activity, and an upgraded and integrated presentation of Lyell Bay, while it also preserves your obligations or our obligations to delivering public good if that is needed in the future through our responsibilities around responding to the impacts of climate change and so forth. And as sitting under that is the premise that at the moment, that land, we hold all risk in relation to that land. And while the proposal doesn't wholly transfer that risk to Wyld, it significantly moves that risk profile to a private party, i.e. the airport. So I have nothing further to say and happy to take questions.
Kia ora mai tātou. Just before we kick off into them, I wanted to understand officers' advice around any of the amendments in front of us, and just to get a quick sense check from Beth around the legality of adding the changes to the formal agreement. But open to anyone for advice, you know. Yeah. Would anyone like to provide some advice on the amendments and adding these to the formal agreement?
I suppose I can pick it up from there.
Yeah.
To the extent that, so the amendment itself, we've considered the amendments. We've also worked with Richard and the team around the viability, the feasibility of those amendments, and we're comfortable that they can represent an outcome that we can live with. Yep.
Pātai, Councillor Randall.
Since we have the opportunity to talk directly, I just wondered if you could, from the airport perspective, comment on these additional requirements for being added at this point in the process, having all the work you've been done.
Sure. A lot of these amendments, and obviously the team have just made some sort of final kind of tweaks to the wording there. I think a lot of them provide clarification around a number of the terms that had been considered and discussed between us along the way. So I think from our perspective, we're broadly comfortable with where those are, and we think that there's a good pathway, I guess, forward on that basis, albeit there's still that formal commercial agreement which will need to be negotiated between both parties.
Particularly with reference to 2.7.5, I'm just conscious that we're sort of, our little bits of land are being bolted onto your big bits of land, and I was wondering whether the need for an integrated connected piece of the amenity that you're trying to provide, which will obviously affect both sides of the properties, whether that's going to be constrained by this sort of requirement for nature first, as opposed to what the purpose of which the overall solution will be like.
Yep. That's something we've tried to address in the design to date. So obviously it's still concept design. However, I think what's currently shown and has been incorporated in terms of the boardwalks and trying to integrate into the existing dune structures, etc., will largely cover a big kind of chunk of what's intended to be picked up through that design piece. So where we say that there's still that detailed design element to come, that's more around the absolute specifics in terms of where the actual infrastructure to support that concept design will land. What we've sort of shown within those concepts has tried to balance that environmental consideration alongside the commercial elements. So where we've for example, on the Lyell Bay Junction side, where we have looked to place the commercial elements, that's areas where there isn't currently sand dunes and there's not a lot of planting. So we've tried to sort of work in as best as possible throughout that concept.
Okay, and last question is, and is there possibly going to be a cost impact with delivering on these amended requirements? And if so, is something else we're going to lose something else that may be in the original design that we haven't really been briefed on, but because it's got to work economically.
At this stage, I don't believe so, no. So I think, as I say, a lot of these amendments are clarifications around where those commercial terms were already going to be heading. So I think, and obviously there's a resource consent process that we'll need to work through with the council's regulatory team, provided there's nothing that kind of falls out of that dramatically shifts the cost profile. I would imagine everything that we've got there in that concept design we will be able to deliver, and then certainly are intending to.
Oh, thank you very much.
Cool. We have 3 more members of the committee on the part. I will just flag, I know some of these changes are last minute, but that we did have quite an extensive workshop on this. Councillor Free.
Thank you, Richard. And look, the fact that we've put a few amendments in doesn't take away from our appreciation of the work that you've done and the offer you're making. I've got a question about the company structure, because it occurred to me we're probably in this from both sides of the fence, because we're probably part of we're part of Weil. Are we part of Weil in terms of buying this land? Is council the third owner of the company that's actually going to purchase the land?
Yes.
Yes.
So council is the third owner of, effectively, of the company, yes.
Okay. It was just an interesting thought I had, and I just wanted to clarify that. And then the other thing is, I know there was an intention to strengthen the wall behind Oitabara Park. How does that fit in with the plan to progress with this development?
Yep. So that piece of work is well underway at the moment. And I guess just sort of to be clear, rather than a strengthening of that wall, it's a replacement of a facade wall. So effectively just a change of cladding. That existing wall's over 60 years old and certainly well past its intended design life. So that project is progressing pretty well and expected to be complete before summer. We have, as part of this design, we do have some considerations with that new wall to look at bringing in elements which would be supportive of the park and boardwalk. Ideally, we'd like to have some murals, etc., built into that. And again, it's kind of that and the community group talked about it this morning, that sense of welcome to Wellington, and actually, and you'll see that predominantly when you fly in as well. So there's a good opportunity there, and we're sort of looking to leverage that alongside the park work.
Aye. We've got parties from Councillor Pannett, Abdurrahman, and then Foon.
Thank you. And I do appreciate the offer. I know there's a lot of benefits to it. I've got a question about 2.75 first. The words "as much as possible" give me concern because we've just passed a big document going up for consultation that we were going to take nature first, and now we look like we're sort of already
Councillor
starting to
Pannett,
compromise.
some part-time, if it's relevant to seeking advice, but if it's
so the
relevant
seeking, so
you could ask that of the mover.
So as much as possible, why can't we just do it, is my question, that we have to do a nature first approach?
So, going back to Richard's earlier points he's made, that has been built in right from the outset. There's been an approach there. So, there is no, well, certainly we're not aware of a particular definition of what nature first is and how and what line you need to then cross to recognise that you've achieved it. But certainly there's an intent in there that right from the outset the airport has shown through the concepts.
And the other question I just had, sorry, so obviously you want to have good relationships with the community at the airport. Are there any sort of commercial benefits really from partnering in this way?
Councillor Pannett, this was answered within the paper. It was also answered at the workshop and this morning.
Yeah, I just really want to understand because I still don't after that.
I appreciate that, but I do believe that reiterating known information perhaps is not the most.
I guess my question is around, given that the airport has a growth plan, that I guess is where my concern is.
Is this, yeah.
Yeah, not entirely sure the concern there. I guess, yes, we have a plan for how we cater for growth in the future, which is what our 2040 master plan effectively shows. The date component of that, I think often people can get quite stuck on that. It's more a blueprint for how we would cater for growth in areas should that occur. So largely that'll be based on passenger growth and increases in that kind of traffic. Importantly, within that 2040 plan, we've highlighted that we actually believe that this land will stay effectively a recreational and community-focused area, and that's really clear within our 2040 plan. So any of that kind of growth in the airport, we're not anticipating is going to require any of this land, and was one of the reasons we're looking at this pretty sizable investment into that space for the benefit of the community. And as we've sort of stated previously, we would expect as there's economic growth in that area, that's going to support our other business interests in the area as well.
Partai Councillor Abdurrahman.
Kia ora, just following up on Councillor Freese. Mine is how this investment would make our investment, Wellington City Council's investment in the airport more worthy, not necessarily financially. We know financially we already got 50% this year, but the worthiness value-wise, or the organisation as a good community-focused entity, what it means from that perspective.
Yeah, I think this proposal kind of shows our commitment to our social licence. We understand as a genuine city airport, there are some, I guess, negative externalities that come alongside us being located where we are. There's obviously some strong benefits there as well. So from our perspective, this is a really good opportunity to give back to the community and do so in an economically sustainable way, provide that benefit for the community and not at a cost to the council. Ideally, this becomes self-sustaining in that any commercial revenue achieved from the units that's been shown and uplifts from the rents that you might expect from our other interests in the area will help support the ongoing kind of maintenance and ensuring that this development stays into the future.
Councillor Randall.
I just want to ask officers just the legal steps, because if we're disposing of an asset, I assume that has to be a council decision in the end, and I just wanted to confirm that is actually that we're agreeing in principle here to go forward with a sale process with a view to bringing the actual sale step to council, and that's all sorted, or that's what is intended, I should say.
Yes, it is, and that's pretty first in the paper. Yeah.
Councillor Free.
You've actually reminded me of quite an important point that came to my mind. We've only specified public consultation to part parcel B, but doesn't all of disposing of land require consultation? And I might be wrong.
Not all parcels of land require public notification, but in this instance, all the parcels here would require public notification through the road stopping process and through the reserve revocation process.
Yep. So plenty of.
So that's implied in
the paper. Yeah.
Okay, it's implied. All right, thanks.
Deputy Mayor Fern.
Yeah, kia ora. I just want to understand the difference between the concept and final drawings again. And I think, just on the amendment around the, nature first landscaping, but also this morning, the Hui Te Para crew were talking about capturing the sun on the western side better than the southern side. And so just that felt like quite a change. So I guess the question is, are there the possibilities for these changes to happen through the design process to be as it's to be finalised?
In short, absolutely. A lot of that has been considered as part of the design elements as we've been kind of working through it. I would expect that largely what's been shown in those concept drawings and design will largely carry through into the final design, subject obviously to going through the usual regulatory process, building consent, resource consent, etc.
Okay, thank you.
No, Mai, thank you very much for your time. Look, before we go into Councillor Free, it needs to be.
Yeah, no, it's just really do like crossing the T's and dotting the I's. I do not think there's been enough said about parcel C and the process. So I get that parcel A, it's very clear how we're going to go forward with parcel A. I see parcel B. It's very clear how we're going to go forward with parcel B, but it's not quite so clear how we're going to go forward with parcel C.
Councillor, this is just the recommendations, but I will draw your attention to the quite substantial full council report. Like the printout we have is the skeleton of the first page and a half, but there's heaps more information in the paper around disposal.
I do wonder if something else needs to be said, though.
And the recommendations?
Yeah. If nobody else agrees with me, I clearly need to move on. But it doesn't actually say what we're going to, the process that we're going to follow with parcel C.
Look, I will check the process on that, but I'll just around, we don't necessarily dictate every single step.
However, we have with parcel A and parcel B. So it seems a bit strange that it's not a process anyway. I don't know.
Perhaps if I could make one comment to that, the parcels A and parcels B, by virtue of them having reserve land in there, are inherently more complicated to deal with than parcel C, which is road reserve.
Okay, alrighty.
Ngā mihi nui, thank you for joining us for the moment. Look, before we move to debate, I will just hand over to Mayor Whānau to make a short declaration.
Conflict of interest, I should have declared this earlier. I'm a board member, so I'll be pulling away from the table for this decision.
It's classed as a non-financial interest. I just need to confirm that. Right. Cool. So for the thank you, ngā mihi nui, I really do appreciate it. And so just for the vote or the debate as well? For the debate as well, you need to leave the table. You don't have to leave the room, just the table. We got advice. Thank you, though. Mā wai te mōtini I whakakoutou. As their mover for the motion, I understand Councillor Free is going to move.
Yes, thank you. Well, this is the culmination of a huge amount of work. Just a little bit of history here. As the community members that came to speak to us earlier said, some of them have been working 5 years on a project that they've been calling Hoitapara Park, originally just focused on Parcel C, and they actually do have currently a resource consent, and some funding was put into our budget to do some public space improvements there. But in the meantime, the airport has a bit of a bigger vision, and they really want to lift the entire area. And I appreciate why, because you know, now the approach to the airport on the northern side is drop dead gorgeous with the work that's been done along Cobham Drive, and yet the approach on the southern side, which is often used by our dignitaries and visitors to Wellington, is I have to be honest, it's a little bit tatty, and it could be a lot nicer. And just in a little bit more history, the late Councillor Leonie Gill, who was on the Eastern Ward for 15 years, one of her biggest aspirations was to do some work to improve that whole Lyell Bay frontage and lift it to what it really should be, because it's a really special part of Wellington with a nationally significant surf break and just a gorgeous beach. And a dog beach, and a lovely cafe, in fact lots of lovely eateries, but the general vibe of the area does let some of the special things about it down. And I think that's a big thing about the airport. They are realising that they are part of the community. We're seeing they've been very generous in lots of ways, sponsoring community awards for our schools and for some of our volunteer groups, and actually I think that they are very genuine when they say it's in their best interest and our best interest to have this area flourish and to have it hum as much as it can. It's also a really important business area, as Steve from the Kilburnie Business Enterprise Improvement Group came to say, you know, it's in everybody's interest that this part of Wellington is lifted a little bit, not least the community. So I did go to the airport drop-in. There was a lovely occasion with the plans were all up, and there were lots of members from the community there. I know, sorry, I will probably take a little bit longer, but not too much longer. There was a lot of positivity towards this. A couple of things that came out from that was concern about disabled access, and particularly the toilets. I have put something in there about the disability access. I've left the toilets to the detailed design. I think we probably have all heard quite a bit. We've had the opportunity to do question and answer. The amendments that are here are mainly from Councillor Brown. He just felt it important to bring to the forefront some of the mechanisms that we want to make sure are emphasised, some of the matters that we want to make sure are emphasised in the formal agreement. And I think there's actually no harm in doing that, and I do urge you to support them. And as we've heard, they have been well worked through and workshopped, and the airport are comfortable with them. So thank you. And I've got 6 minutes left, Councillor Calvert. 6 seconds.
Mā wai I tautoko, I will second but reserve my right. He taka he tau patu, is there any debate? Councillor Randall.
Yes, so first of all, I support this proposal. I think the what has been recommended is a win-win for the community and for the airport. And, you know, even if it's very successful, hopefully the land value will go up and we'll reap the reward of our investment twice. But I am concerned about a point around the consultation. I really feel that it's still unclear with the paper as to whether the consultation will include and allow feedback on the fact that we intend changing the reserve status and the road stopping for the purpose of a sale. Okay, and I don't think it's worthwhile amending it, but I want to record and debate that the consultation needs to know what the result is of those consultations. On page 287, under the options for the preferred option, it just has a note. It says, note that the sale of parcels A, B and C is contingent on road stopping and revocation processes. Those processes are the consultation processes. And so we need to know that when they're consulting, we need to know that. I also am I guess, a bit uncomfortable with 2.10 because we're essentially delegating to the chief executive all the powers to complete the whole process. And we need to be sure that it is going to come to execute that, but it doesn't include the actual sale, which needs to come back to council with the results of the public consultation as a package so that we can move forward with the support of the public. And but that said, and so I also should note I'm not going to support the amendments. I think that the officers, that the work the officers have done and the airport's great opportunity that they've offered to us really should rest with them. And us adding more requirements, having got to this point, onto land that will not be ours, I think detracts, and I don't think I quite understand whether it will constrain what the airport wants to do. We want have the airport to come up with a great solution. That's what they're offering to do. But overall, great work. And I think both parties, win-wins. We don't get that very often, so I'm going to support the main motion. Thank you.
Colleagues, Councillor Calvert.
Look, I'm just going to support this. I appreciate the ward councillors had quite a few conversations prior to today's meeting and thought they'd settled on something. We've got no money. We shouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth. Lots of community projects would love this type of support. It may not be quite how we would do it if we spent the money ourselves, but we're not. So I think we should just take this. It's going to be great for the city, for the coast, and we should be grateful that the airports come to the party with their offer. And just to remind them, their flight path probably goes over Kandala Park, so if they've got some extra money, they might like to hand it out.
I appreciate the hustle. Councillor Abdurrahman.
Kia ora whanau. I'm also supporting this. It's a really good idea. I think it's great for airport and this council working together for once. And many times this council been punching a bit, to be fair, from some councillors against airport. But it's time to move on, working together and how we can empower them, empower our city. And just while I'm at it, what a great investment we have at Wellington Airport. And honestly, this year, 50% increase in asset from 600 to 900 something. Our share, Wellington Airport share, increased by about $100 million.
Point of order, relevance.
What is it?
Point of order, relevance. We're debating a sale of land parcel, not the value of the airport shares.
Well,
Sorry, yeah, the chair has to rule on it. I'll just remind in debate to speak to relevant matters.
Well, we're talking about airport. I'm just on the way. We're giving them this land is going to give us actually increase the assets value, increase our dividend. That's basically it's very relevant. I do understand some people who really wanted, who pushed it for the sale, might be disagreeing with this. I also want to acknowledge Mayor Fano for her greatness in just changing her mind, and we managed it at the end up in a really good position. So I think this is a really great idea, and to bring it back to my point, this year, some organizations, example Manawa Energy, their asset increased from 728 to 788. Compared to our
I would just remind you, please, to keep it relevant to the resolutions noted in the paper.
I absolutely understand some people, they don't want to see the growth of Wellington Airport, but I really support. Thank you. I will finish it there. You guys doing amazing. We are behind you.
It's inoffensive.
Yeah. I would remind us at this point in debate, so the point of orders had been raised with me. I perhaps needed to be clearer on that ruling, but if I don't know. The process that I take is to remind you of the rules, but then if you continue to break the rules and a point of order has been raised, I probably should have ruled on it. But I'd just like to give you a heads up to everybody in that process about the way that I'd handle things. But I apologise to John Opanovich for not acting clearly in that situation just then.
It was relevant though, madam, but I understand two of the councillors.
Look, I'm speaking on a chair's ruling. It's not a point of debate.
Right, what your ruling was, please.
There's been a request for me to reiterate what my ruling was. My ruling was to remind the councillor of the rules, but then the councillor
Just
relevance as dictated out in the standing orders.
Yep.
My understanding is that it is up to the discretion of the chair to rule on a point of order. My options in terms of ruling on a point of order, I'd like to just double check that advice. My understanding is that I have to either accept or reject the point of order, but I wondered if I had discretion to add a reminder before then.
yeah, I need a clarity as well because
Okay.
yeah.
We'll just take a short adjournment and I will get clarity.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You leave the chair to.
A brief adjournment. So I understand that within standing orders, the chair must make a ruling either in favour or against. I uphold the first point of order on matters irrelevant, but there's no repercussions for ruling on that. And my action at the time was just to remind the member to keep things relevant. But I wanted to clarify my ruling on the first point of order. I understand there is a second point of order which is raised.
Yes, the second point of order is around offensive discussions and language. Can you please comment on which one it was?
So,
26.5.
Understanding the point of order, I'm just going to request maybe some more information. Did you have specific words that you found offensive?
There was discussion around how people voted for the airport share sale and the specifics around that.
I'm afraid I cannot specifically recall the words. Would the member who was speaking like to provide any information as to what might have been said, or I don't know?
No idea, Madam Chair.
Okay, my ruling on the second point of order for offensive, disrespectful or malicious language is not to uphold that. Councillor Panovich, my apologies, that is probably due to, I think there was quite a bit going on at the time, and I am unable to, I didn't see the penalty, as I guess another way of putting it, but I'll go back and review the live stream after. Right. Now that the point of orders have been dealt with, we can return to debate. Councillor Young.
I'm just inches away from totally comatose. So I would just like to say that I completely support this. I do not support the amendments. We are really blessed to have the Wellington Airport run by the company that runs it. I remember what it was like before that company ran it. I know what other airports are like. They are wonderful local citizens. They do so much for our city. I also happen to know that part of the Lyle Bay amazingly, particularly well, because it's where my son's dog goes to swim, and it could do with a bit of love. So this is a great solution, and it doesn't cost us anything. Oh no, the dog has an excess. As you know, I make it dog biscuits.
Is it a serious point of order? I'm getting flashbacks. Thank you, Councillor Calvert. Councillor Pennant.
Thank you. Look, this has given me some pause to deliberate whether I support this or not. I do want to thank the community that's worked for this and our ward councillors, and I appreciate there are some benefits to the city from the airport's generosity. The damage to the dunes has been what has caused me some problems, and while some of you may have felt that I wasn't using time productively in the last debate, this is the reason I keep raising it, because whenever we have a conflict between the environment and some other need, the environment ends up being the loser. And so this isn't great, that even we've got an engineer saying that it will constrain our ability to be more resilient. So that is a major problem for me. The other thing to say is, I appreciate there will be people in the airport who probably want electric planes, but they are one of the major causes of climate change in the city and the passengers that get on, and which is why we're getting sea level rise. So I think we just have to kind of we get one thing given to us, but it's because of a problem that an organisation has played a part, and I disagree with their growth agenda, which you are familiar with. I guess on balance, I've decided to support it, given the community's support, and at least the structures are not permanent. But I guess I just feel a little bit disappointed. We came off some quite lofty ideals, and we're compromising already.
Ngā mihi nui, I will just take a brief opportunity to speak now. So this is a project that has been rumbling about in the community for a really, really long time. They've dreamed it up, they've designed it, they've got architectural plans for it, they fought for its secured a resource consent and initial funding before the airport came on board. I'm so proud of my local community. I'm so proud of Hui Te Para and Lyle Bay, to Dan, to everybody who's both given a lot in their professional capacity but also their personal time. This is a widely supported project. I haven't met a single constituent of mine that does not support it. And I'm not exaggerating when I say that whenever I talk about it, I've not received a single negative against. For the Eastern Ward community, specifically for our disabled whānau, our young families and our surfers, it's about having a purpose-built facility for them. And supporting Hui Te Para is about honouring that legacy. Ward councillors have worked incredibly closely with different people on the ground to try and make sure that this paper ended up in a good place today. And I wanted to mihi because I guess you could say I've been a little bit of sus of our neighbour at the airport, but they have done a fantastic job with this design in the sus in the past. Like, I have absolute confidence that this is a fantastic move today. Briefly to the amendments. So the majority of the amendments up until the middle were drafted by myself, and then we've got one there from Mayor Phone, and then one there from Sarah Free, and the advice, Deputy Mayor Phone, and then the advice around Tim's was that a lot of his amendments had been met by the other ones, and they'd kind of been incorporated there, but he sends his strong support. Lastly, just to give a bit of a call into our ex-councillor colleague Sean Rush, who was my buddy in this space trying to fight to get initial funding for this in the first term, and he's a big supporter as well. So I just encourage our members around the table to back this and reassure you that the red writing on the page in front of you has been put by our legal team, our climate team, the airport team, and without paraphrasing the officer's opinion, they were pretty comfortable with what we've ended up on screen. Kia ora. We have Deputy Mayor Phone.
In brief, thank you, Chair. That was beautifully summarised. So I just do, then I'll just speak to the amendment only, but just do endorse the project. The area is well loved by Wellingtonians and dogs, and all of our biodiversity. So I'm excited that it'll become a space that'll be celebrated. But the amendment to 7.5 really is just to ask the designers of the project just to reflect on our Tātou Ki Uta, which we've just signed off, where we've got a nature-first approach, and I really would just love the designers to take another lens to that. Waitangi Park is a really good example of how we've incorporated resilience into the design. So yeah, just really hoping that that will be taken on board, but otherwise really excited about the project, and thanks to everyone, especially Hui Te Para Park crew, for working on it. Thank you.
I te kaikaune here Sarah Free I parangi ana, ko koe te whakautu.
Yeah, sorry, I've talked quite a bit. There's been a lot of papers relevant to our ward, though. I just would say, please do support the words in red. That's come about after conversations with Dan, just that he was a bit concerned that some of the things that really mattered, like timeframes, being spelt out, realistic ones, and the airport are comfortable with that. Councillor Brown did want actually binding timeframes. We're not asking for that, but we are asking for timeframes. So this is partly about reassuring the community. The designs I saw were gorgeous, and they did have a whole lot of plants, and the structures are suspended above the dunes to allow for wildlife under it. But I respect Deputy Mayor Phoon's desire to actually note that if they can do more, so as much as possible, we're asking them to do as much as they can to reinforce that. The disability, the one thing that was noted, lots of disabled people actually live in Island Bay, older people and people with specific disabilities, wheelchair type stuff. And so this project partly arose from a family with a disabled person in it. It was a driving force right from the start, and then I went along to the drop-in, and a person in a wheelchair couldn't actually access the highest viewing point. But the designer that was there said there was no reason why the design couldn't be fairly easily modified to allow them up. And I just want to note that as an aspiration, because imagine if we have a disabled person and once again they feel second-class citizens because they can't actually get to the top. So all of these in red have been worked through with our community, worked through with our officers, and they really are there to comfort the Eastern Ward councillors and the community that some of these important things are right here in the things we're voting on. So I do urge you to support them, even if you have reservations. I don't think there's much more I need to say, but thanks to everything. Oh, I do have one more important thing to say. Phil Becker, I would really like to thank you. And you haven't been mentioned, many other people have, but Phil has been our go-to man to solve a whole lot of really complicated problems. He took over the Island Bay Cycleway, he took over finding a bus depot in Miramar. Yeah, I mean, these are the sorts of problems, Shelley Bay. These are the sorts of projects that he's been involved in, and actually has done brilliant work on. So thank you, Phil.
Aye. Ngā mihi, Phil. Before we open voting, the councillors that have indicated they don't want to vote for the red, could we take that all as a separate, or would you like resolution?
So I'd like to take 2.7.1 separate from the rest of the red.
271.
Go in with the rest of it.
Yeah?
Yep. Yes.
Aye.
Yeah.
Okay, is there anything else that we'd like to pull out of the red and vote? No? Aye. Okay, so we'll open the vote now, which has been moved and seconded, but just the wording in red, minus 2.7.1. Are we clear on what we're voting on?
So there's just the amendments. Except the outcome.
Yes, thank you. Do we have Puiwi online still? Kua mana, that has carried. Now we are voting on the overall substantive. Everything else. Everything else. Yeah. Thank you for letting us group things and not vote on every point. Kua mana, that has carried. Special mahi to Joe and Richard. Really appreciate all the mahi here. Yeah, aye. Righto, that was the final paper on the agenda. So e tēnā kua mutu te hui me te karakia tātou. Enuhia, ki te uru tapu nui, ki o wātea, ki a māma, te nākau, te tenana, te wairua. He te atu, koe ara I rongo, whakairia ake ki runga, ki o wātea, ai rā, ko wātea. Sure.